good? What is happening, y'all? Appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight. We got a couple different crazy stories going on. We got a couple different crazy stories going on, y'all. So I wanted to tap in with y'all tonight, Friday night. I know everyone's doing a lot. I know everyone's got a lot going on tonight, obviously, with it being Friday night and all, but we've got some hip hop news to speak on, y'all. I am your host, Mikey T, the movie star. As you all know, we got a live video to do tonight. I got some new exotic smoke. I got some of this Irish cannonball, something that I actually haven't had. I haven't actually had it on too many occasions. So I'm going to try it tonight. We got a dope ass stream. Whoo! That's some gas right there. That is some serious gas right there, y'all. All right. But yo, this story kind of hits this story kind of hits hard with me tonight, you guys, because some of you might know tuning in, and I'll say it a couple more times, you know what I mean, as more people tune in tonight. But my first interview was actually with Freekey Zekey, you guys. My first video interview was actually with Freekey Zekey. So tonight, what we're gonna be going over, it's kind of a little bit difficult for me, but I'm going to do my best to keep it 100% real. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sugarcoat things. You know what I'm saying? I'm definitely not going to do that. I'm not going to sugarcoat things. I'm not going to play it. So I'm not going to play softball. You know what I mean? I'm going to come at this from a real perspective. Quite the conversation that took place. It was a little bit different than usual. You know what I'm saying? It was a little bit different than usual because Wack 100 is usually the one talking. You know what I mean? It's usually Wack 100 talking on Clubhouse. What is different this time? Wack 100 is actually speaking back and forth with Freekey Zekey, y'all. That's what's different about this. You know what I mean? This whole situation. Steven Rivera, what is popping? What is popping with you, man? Appreciate you for tapping in tonight. Felix. Felix, say that. Let's smoke. Yeah, you know what we're doing tonight. You know what we do on this stream. We smoke the best gas, most consistently, the most consistent hip hop news, the most consistent gas smoking. Let me see. Freekey Zekey had a story where he was being shot at and he used the shooter's friend as a shield. What up? What up? What up? Mikey T, the movie star. Yo, I appreciate you for tapping in, Todd. Major salute to you, bro. We got some shit to talk about. This whole thing, this Wack 100 Freekey Zekey thing, it actually took an interesting turn today on Clubhouse because the both of them actually had an opportunity to speak with one another. And like I was saying, you don't really get that much of it. Like, we don't really see Wack 100 actually conversing with the person he's talking about 9 times out of 10. You know what I mean? 9 times out of 10, it's him talking about something. What's going on, Detail? Appreciate you for tapping in tonight. Appreciate everybody for hitting that like button, sharing this video on the way in. Brian Haynes, what's going on? Appreciate you. Appreciate you, bro. Hit that like button, share this video. Everybody, drop your names in the chat. Let me know what city you're tapping in from. Let me know what you're smoking on tonight. I got a different strain tonight, you guys. I got a little bit of a different strain, y'all. This one is called that Irish Cannonball. Irish Cannonball, it's 23%. It's 23% THC. I'm pretty happy with it. It's got a really distinct taste. My guy Mike is in the building from Providence, Rhode Island. Prov is in the house, you guys. Providence. Major respect. Hit that like button, my guy. Share this video if you could. When I say share this video, you guys, I mean put it on your social media. Throw it on your Twitter, your Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Throw it to a couple of your friends on Facebook. Yo, tap in. Come chat with me on the live with Mikey T. This, that, and the third. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, Felix. Felix says he's smoking on some sour. Sour, one of my favorites. I was actually smoking a little bit of what was it called? Animal Cookies Sour Diesel. It was a mixture strand, pretty good. Lemon Runts. Okay, Mike's smoking on some lemon runts, 29%. Holy shit, Mike. You are on some of that good, man. Major love. Everybody let me know what you're smoking while we get things going tonight. James Brown, my man, my guy from Buffalo. And y'all, I got a special treat for you guys tonight because this whole controversy that's surrounding Wack 100 and Freekey Zekey, um, it involves an incident where Freekey Zekey was arrested for some ecstasy. Freekey Zekey was arrested at a bus station, apparently. I thought he was arrested after coming off of or trying to get onto a plane. I thought he was trying to get onto a plane, I thought. Uh, I actually did an interview with Sen City that I'm going to be showing tonight as well, where we spoke on it. My man, smoking on that strawberry Reggie. Hey, man, if you got to smoke a little bit of Reggie, you might as well have it be strawberry. You know what I mean? Chase that bad taste. Hit that like button, though. Yes, sir. 320 and 0 on that lemon runts. Sounds good, man. Spiritual Magic is in the building. Hit that like button. Everybody in here, hit that like button. It's free. And also, it will help the algorithm on the page. You know what I mean? So more people can see the video and more people can get in tune in here with what we're doing. My brother Apex is in the building. Major salute to you, man. North Carolina's in the building. Yo, please, brother, detail. Do not get on my ass a little bit later when you hear the interview with Sen City and I kept on messing up between North Carolina and South Carolina. Exactly, Todd. If you got a little bit of Reggie, but it's strawberry Reg, you know, you might be in good shape. Now, what am I smoking tonight? I said I wanted to smoke the Cannonball, but of course I got some of the apples and bananas left. But I really want to get back on this Cannonball because that shit is lit, y'all. That shit is lit. And I'm actually really happy with it because I usually go to the store and as you guys hear me say every night on the stream, I usually go to the store and I grab some cookies. Shout out to the big bro Burner. You know what I'm saying? But cousin Todd, may he rest in peace, actually introduced Burner and I at the Smokers Club tour in Miami. Yep, put that strawberry Reggie in a strawberry Philly. Yeah, Mike's right on the money with it. So yeah, I just wanted to go with something new tonight, you guys. You know what I mean? I don't have an endorsement with cookies, so why do I really need to just keep coming on here and bombarding everybody with the cookie strand and shit like that? One of these years, I say years, not days. One of these years, one of these days, realistically, Burner will catch wind of what we're doing, and hopefully we will get that cookies endorsement that we deserve. You know what I mean? And we'll be smoking cookies fluently on the channel. Let me see what's going on. Charleston, South Carolina is in the building. Major salute. Much love to you, Mikey T. Much love to Charleston, South Carolina. Hell yeah. Gotta love it when people be tapping in on the live streams. I appreciate everybody sharing the content. I appreciate everybody hitting that like button. You may not think it makes a difference, but it does make a difference. So I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. And we got some topics to speak on tonight. The game is pretty much, letting 50 have it now. The game is saying that he ran 50 Cent off to television. He's saying that he put G Unit in the casket. The game is pretty much saying that he buried G Unit, you guys. And we're going to have to analyze this. You know what I'm saying? We're going to have to analyze this. But also, we have a serious topic, a serious conversation that we're going to go over. I don't know how the other bloggers are covering it. They can do what they want to do. I'm going to cover it the way that I want to cover it. You know how we do things on here. We analyze the conversations on this end, you guys. That's what we do on this side. Wack 100 had a few things to say to Freekey Zekey, but for the most part, they were letting Freekey Zekey get it off his chest. We have never heard about this incident that happened when Freekey Zekey got arrested. To my knowledge, back then, he had to serve 36 months. So for the one guy in the clubhouse who was like, well, you got 35 months, That was the amount of time that Freekey Zekey was getting in the first place. He was getting a year and a half for the drugs, for the ecstasy. My man Mike says he's got a pair of G Unit sneakers still. Still got a pair of G Unit sneakers. Ain't nothing wrong with that, man. I actually had a pair of G Unit sneakers back in the day as well. I actually drank 50's vodka effing. You know what I mean? The black cherry one was actually pretty good. I actually bought the G Unit albums even after the game said that he quote unquote put G Unit in the casket. You know what I'm saying? I actually purchased a lot of those albums. I bought the Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack. I bought Blood Money from Mobb Deep in 2006. I bought Lloyd Banks' The Rotten Apple album. You know what I'm saying? As much as other people might think, oh, Mikey T was a Bang'em Smurf head, I mean, shit. Domination didn't have any material out aside from his album, God Giveth, God Taketh Away, that was actually available to purchase in a store. You know what I mean? I'm from Connecticut, you guys. So you got to understand, like, Connecticut was actually a little bit late in some terms of things. You know, and I would only go to New York every so often back then and shit. Lil Pack, what's popping with you, bro? What's popping with you, bro? You know, that's why it was so that's why it was such a big thing for Connecticut to actually get all these shows. You know what I mean? That's why we were so willing to go to all these shows and, pack all these freaking theaters, and watch different artists and shit. Artists came from New York and New Jersey and shit and made a name here, you guys. Connecticut is where a lot of these guys made a name. AC Suspense is in the building. Appreciate you for tapping in, man. Major salute. Marcus 42, what's going on, bro? Dallas is in the building. Hit that like button. Yeah, we got some great content to speak on tonight, man. We're speaking on Freekey Zekey, a guy who was actually my first interview. You know what I mean? I actually did my first ever interview with Freekey Zekey, you guys. No other test runs. You know what I mean? No other test run interviews. You know what I mean? That was my first official interview. I remember I took my ass to Harlem. Hartford CT is in the building. Hey, bro, I'm just letting you know, man, like where I'm from in Connecticut, I wasn't getting that shit like that. Hartford, New Haven, yeah, these are different spots. These are the bigger cities in Connecticut. But up here by Foxwoods and shit, I wasn't getting those mixtapes like that back. I was going to the stores and getting a DMX album. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't until my friends started downloading the music. It isn't until my friends actually started downloading the music and putting it together on their own mixtape CDs when I actually started getting the CDs. I wasn't a part of the group of guys that was getting the G Unit the God's Plan mixtape and shit like that. I didn't get the old G Unit joints with all the 50 and the Lloyd Banks on them and shit like that. I heard them shits on real CDs that my friends would make. We didn't have the distributors up where I live and shit. New London, yeah. Scotty P says I was at Foxwoods last weekend for my 40th. Yeah, yeah, Mike. That's pretty much how it was. You know what I mean? Until you would actually go to the store and you would buy that album. You know what I mean? That's how I got Power of the Dollar. I wasn't able to buy Power of the Dollar. You know what I mean? That's how I got a lot of these albums back in the day. Yeah. Yeah. Hell Rel actually did used to be in the New London, Norwich area and shit like that. But I don't know if he was actually selling his CDs hand in hand like that. And you'd have to really get a time reference on when Hell Rel was in Norwich. I don't think was Hell Rel really in Norwich and New London when he was running off with Cameron? You know what I mean? I think at that point he was more so in New York. Norwich, I mean, not even just Norwich and New London, because I'm not going to throw those places down. Connecticut is really a fallback for a lot of people like, yo, I'm going to go to Connecticut. I'm going to get right. But if you really are a getting money type of dude, you can get right in Connecticut. Max B. But if you got a name, but you don't know how to work it, you ain't going to get shit in Connecticut, period. Yeah, you know what I mean? That's why it's like, I mean, I remember a couple times, a couple guys who didn't really push albums like the dude from Murder Inc.'s clique, the Cash Murder clique. He actually went to the New London Mall. So we had a few outlets like that. But like when I would go to New York and I would go to like the Virgin Mega Store and I would go to the different little stores that my brother would take me to where they would sell music, I was just opened up to a whole world of difference. Now, maybe that's because I really wouldn't go to New Haven like that because it's like, who's bringing a kid to New Haven and shit like that. But when I would go to New York, that's when my whole world would open up to music because other than that, I would have to walk from my crib to Strawberries, the nearest Strawberries. Yo, what's popping? Positive beats negative in the building. Sean Bag Life was popping, would you? That was a mixtape right there, right? Or was it Lloyd Banks versus Cassidy? See, these aren't mixtapes that I would ever really get back in the day. You know what I mean? If I want to listen to the best of Lloyd Banks, first of all, I wasn't if I wanted to listen to the best of Jadakiss, I was definitely, because Jadakiss was more seasoned back then. It was like back then, Lloyd Banks was like the upcoming artist rising against Jada. You know what I mean? So if I wanted to get some Jadakiss back then, we had a couple different things to go to that were in the stores. It was just freaking different. It was just so much different back then, man. Can't say if it was better or worse back then. You know what I mean? Just because of the way that you had to find the music. Strawberries. Yeah, strawberries, man. I remember I had to walk like a couple miles. Those are some of the places where you would, you know, go get the album that you would read a little bit about in the Source magazine. You know what I'm saying? You would hear some shits coming out, or you'd see something on one of the shows on TV when an album was going to drop. Money, power, respect. What up, Twix Coke? Appreciate you for tapping in. The Newberry Comics. Yeah, Newberry Comics, FYE, these types of places, man. Walmart really sucked. You know what I mean? Walmart really sucked because of the fact that they would edit all of the music. West Virginia is in the building. Major salute, my bro Schizo. Major salute, man. Everybody for tapping in. We got a hell of a show tonight, man. Sorry, we're just bullshitting right now about music. Some of my dudes from New Haven got a little hot at me because, New Haven and Hartford, without a doubt, the mecca of Connecticut and shit. You know what I mean? That's where a lot of the shit be popping, all the way down to Bridgeport and Norwalk. All the shows, all these areas for shows and shit is where a lot of New York rappers or rappers from the Massachusetts area, or even, some Philly rappers, maybe even as well. But hell, even Chicago rappers come over here and get lit. What's up? What's up? What's up, Fresh? It's our turn, baby. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I thought it was the Banks versus Cassidy mixtapes back in the day, which was obviously a little bit more of a natural fit. Kmart edits all their music to Philly. Oh no, I was just reading two comments in one. Kmart edits all their music too. Yeah, Weebs. I was actually just in Philly not too long ago, bro. So don't let yourself be fooled, bro. I was just in New York. I was just in Jersey. Don't let yourself. I was just in Virginia. I be running around. Don't get it twisted, man. Waterbury, yeah, Waterbury. But I wasn't from there, you guys. You got to understand. I lived an hour away from them spots. I lived an hour away from them spots. So in reality, you know what I'm saying? So in reality, I had no way to get down there. You know what I mean? I really had no way to get down there. I remember one time one of my friends moved away back in the day and shit. Well, it wasn't even my friend. It was my brother's friend. One time my brother's friend moved away back in the day and it was like 20 miles, come to find out, and we had never seen him again. You know what I mean? It was like he moved away like 20 miles. Like we lived in Norwich and he moved somewhere like Canterbury or something like that. And we just thought that was the end. What's going on, Alfred? I appreciate you for tapping in tonight. Appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight. Go ahead and share this video. Hit that like button, man. We got some shit to talk about. My bad. I was just really bullshitting to get the show started. I was really just bullshitting to get the show started, man. I was trying to roll up. So annoying rolling up and shit. Really need to hire a personal roller, to be 100% honest with you guys. If anybody wants to, well, if anybody's not subscribed to the channel, I want you guys to subscribe right now. I want you guys to subscribe pronto. You know what I'm saying? Now, Steve, now I have more friends in Waterbury. But back then, when I was 12 years old, 13 years old, before I was driving, no. You know what I'm saying? God damn, Mike. I never been to that strip club in Waterbury. But yeah, having wheels was a whole thing back in the day, man. Actually having wheels and shit. Like you could never get around back in the day, man. But but yeah, now I'm everywhere. Now I'm everywhere. You know what I'm saying? So I ain't really stressing shit. Now I'm everywhere, so I ain't really stressing shit. Oh, I could have made a bar out of that shit right there, but you don't want me to do that. Yeah, definitely heard. I heard yeah, that shit was cool, man. Gucci didn't really go all that hard. Iceberg, we're gonna go over it all tonight, man. We're going over it all tonight. We're going over all that tonight. Plus the game saying that he buried G Unit. The game saying that he buried 50 Cent. Shit's kind of crazy, man. So we got to tap in about it tonight. Let me get something twisted up, though. This information or this history, I should say, the history that the game has with 50 Cent, it's crucial. You know what I mean? It's crucial to the game's career. It's crucial to the game's career because the game's career would have never really started without 50 Cent. Now, if you look at a new comment that came up about the game's interview on Drink Champs, he actually said 50 Cent did more for him than Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre. Now, if Jimmy Iovine wasn't there, none of this would be happening in the first place. Dr. Dre would be in a whole nother environment if he didn't ink that deal with Jimmy Iovine. So to discredit Jimmy Iovine because he moved the game to Geffen, like that's got to be the reason, in my opinion. That's got to be the reason that the game is saying this type of shit. Because we all know the game was on Aftermath, and then he subtly got moved over to Geffen. Not like that's the big deal. I mean, Little Dirk is on Geffen right now, you guys. Geffen is a decent label. You're still under the Interscope umbrella, but Game wanted to be a little crybaby about it, man. He wanted to be a cry. Well, he didn't cry back then. You know what I mean? He did his best. He put on his, determined face. He put on a face of determination. He said, I don't care. And he just continued to throw insults and hurl disses at the G Unit Empire. And now he's saying the game went on his Instagram. He posted up. He said that he put G Unit in a casket. He's saying that he ran 50 Cent off to Hollywood, you guys. That's what the game is contending. The game is contending that he ran 50 Cent off to making movies, off to making television. Well, let's be real, man. 50 Cent got a deal for film, not for the TV. The first deal that 50 got was for film, a deal that I don't think a lot of us really favored. I think it was for his film company, Cheetah Vision or something like that. He produced a bunch of films. I want to say he did at least 10 movies. And in the chat, I got hell for the one time that I dissed the movie where 50 lost all that weight. So I'm going to refrain. So I'm going to refrain from actually dissing that movie right now because of the love that I obviously know all of you have for it. Was it called Things Fall Apart, where 50 played a football player who got really sick and shit. Obviously, a lot of people respect that role. I found it to be a tad cheesy. You know what I mean? Nothing much really came, and I'm just being real. 50, you don't gotta hate on this. You know what I mean? I'm just being real. Nothing really materialized from the work that 50 Cent did on all these films. Unless he met directors, unless he made these connections with actors, like he worked with several. He worked with John Cusack. He worked with Nicolas Cage. I believe he worked with Bruce Willis. He worked with Forrest Whitaker. You know what I mean? Thank you, Iceberg. They crucified me for it in here. They crucified me. They said, Mikey T, your name should not be Mikey T, the movie star. Mikey T, just take that off. Take the movie star off your name. Just keep it at Mikey T, which is cool. I'll keep it at Mikey T, guys, if that's what you want, as long as it comes with a cushy job at CNN. But until then, I'm Mikey T, the movie star. Better bet your bottom dollar. Bet your last dollar that I'll be back here tomorrow as Mikey T, the movie star, no matter what anybody says. The game was shoplifting. True or false? False, bro. False. The game wouldn't need to do something along those lines. The game is the type of person that would give somebody money out of his own pocket. So the game isn't out there pulling any Kodak Blacks just to prove that he still got it. You know what I mean? And you're not going to see me in the grocery store stealing a Twix either to prove that I still got it. And you're not going to see me doing any tutorials on World Star Hip Hop of how to finesse McDonald's, because if you're finessing McDonald's, you're just finessing yourself. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who the hell goes to McDonald's to order two sausage McMuffins for $2 and that's it? You ain't even gonna get an orange juice with that. You ain't gonna get a hash brown with that, bro. Like, you just hustled yourself by getting two of them joints. But let's get back to it. Mike says, Mikey T, the movie star. I like it. It's got a ring to it. Yeah, bro. To be honest with you, man, I had to make that shit work. You know what I mean? A lot of people would have looked at me coming into the game and been like, yo, Mikey T, the movie star? Shit's kind of whack, bro. Nah, I had to work to make that shit go. You know what I'm saying? It rolls right off your tongue. I need everybody to share this video. I need everybody to share this video. I need everybody to share it on your social media. Put up a little post on your story. Say, come rock in with Mikey T, the movie star. You know what I'm saying? We got some shit to talk about tonight. I'm going to cover the whole conversation with Wack 100 and Freekey Zekey. Freekey explained himself. I actually did an interview with Freekey in the past. So I really want to go over this. But also, we just got to talk about the game, saying that he put G-Unit in a casket, that he ran 50 Cent off to Hollywood. First of all, you don't run somebody off to Hollywood. You run somebody out of Hollywood. Just number one, you know what I mean? People don't usually get run into Hollywood. Please, game, will you run my ass into Hollywood? If anybody out there wants to run my ass into Hollywood, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting. Hell, you know what I mean? If anybody wants to run me off to Hollywood, I'll be waiting. I don't think that's how it works. You usually get run out of Hollywood. You know what I mean? People usually leave Hollywood when they're not cutting it. You know what I mean? When they can't afford the rent, so for the game to actually say he ran 50 Cent to movies and television, the details, I second that. Yeah, it's like, come on, man. Like 50 Cent was just at the point where he was making so much off of his name. You know what I mean? Kind of like when Fetty Wap said on Academic Show. Was it Academic Show? When Fetty Wap said, I knew I wasn't popping anymore when I stopped making $100,000 a day. 50 Cent is probably at the point where he just makes so much money a day. He makes such lucrative deals that, he needs to be there. Look at what Drake said. Look at what Drake said. He reacted to a meme of him, or a post of him making $50 million in a year. He laughed at that shit. Drake would probably make $1 million in a day if he really wanted to. We have 365 days in a year. We all have 24 hours in a day. I highly doubt Drake is only making $50 million in a year because he's worth $50 million every step he makes, every move he makes. They're going to be cashing his ass out, to do a little remix on the song. Don't Kanye got his own McDonald's meal now? I thought Saweetie did have a McDonald's meal. Not that I would try that. I really don't eat too much McDonald's, you guys. Although I will say that I was feeling the what was it called? It was the Chips Ahoy McFlurry. I was on the Chips Ahoy McFlurry, you guys. I ain't gonna lie. Some nights when I would come home before the stream, I'd be like, yo, let me get one of them Chips Ahoy McFlurries. I went there a few weeks ago. I was like, yo, you guys got the Chips Ahoy McFlurry? They're like, no. I'm like, peace. I'm out. Let me see. Yo, appreciate you, Tim. Major salute, brother. Haran the Don, that's my guy right there. What are you doing, Haran? What you up to tonight, bro? You in a quiet location tonight, brother? The game, stop. I know you're usually out, doing your thing and shit like that. Haran says the game stopped coming at G Unit when Mobb Deep and MOP came to G Unit, and 50 wrote his album and Game wanted to be 50. Well, if you remember when Mobb Deep and MOP first came to G Unit, they had a whole shirt that basically said Mobb Deep, MOP, game over. That's funny. I was just watching this movie. I think it was called 12-Hour Shift. It was like a thriller horror movie. And they had a soda machine in the film. My brother, Jeremiah Kipp, actually recommended the movie 12-Hour Shift. So that's why I watched it. It's a horror thriller joint. I'm not going to give away the plot just because it's a little bit gruesome, but y'all can go check it out. My brother's new movie Slapface that I'm actually in is out now on Shudder as well, though, so y'all can check that out. Jeremiah Kipp, Slapface. But I'm talking about the movie 12-Hour Shift, where they had Surge actually in the when you bought a soda and shit. Funny you say that. Yo, bro, I'm actually smoking on this Irish Cannonball right now, you guys. This is actually what I'm smoking on, man. My man Iceberg said, hit that like button if your McDonald's ice cream machine is always broken. Sometimes they be pulling that shit. Yeah, sometimes they be pulling that shit. But then when they be pulling that shit, I'd be like, man, you bullshitting, man. You bullshitting. Capital third letter C is in the building. What's popping with you, man? Major salute. Appreciate you for tapping in. Mike says Game was on a dating show. Game was on a dating show. Yeah, he was. You know what I mean? I think it was called Change of Heart. But I'll be really honest with you, man. When the game was, because that was one of the only shows. I ain't gonna lie, that was one of the only shows you could really watch back in the day in the hood. You know what I mean? In the projects when them shits came on and shit. So when that Change of Heart shit came on and I was watching it, I'll be honest with you, you didn't even know who the game was when that shit first came on. You know what I mean? You didn't even know who the game was when that shit first came on. So that's something they threw in his face years later. Yeah, that show was funny as hell how they would be flipping the cards like, I want to stay with my man. I want to leave my bitch. Shit was. Oh, he did. He had a change of heart. You see, when the game was on that shit, bro, I didn't even know who he was. Nobody knew who the game was when he was on that shit. But one thing they're talking about is the game writing What Up Gangsta. The game actually said that he was around. The game said that he was around, y'all, when Get Rich or Die Trying was getting finished. The game said he was around when they were doing Beg for Mercy. And that's true. I got to give it to the game. That's true. That's actually a fact. The game was around when they were recording those albums. Why? Because my old associate, Bangum Smurf, before he decided to quit the show, You know what I mean? Before Bangum Smurf decided to take his ball and go home. You know what I mean? Sort of like who did that? Stone Cold did it back in the day. So before Bangum Smurf decided to take his ball and go home, Bangum Smurf had actually told me that he met the game when he was with G Unit. So if Bangum Smurf met the game, that means the game is not lying, you guys. The game is not lying about being there at the tail end of Get Rich or Die Trying. The game is not lying about being there when they recorded Beg for Mercy. Hell, it was even put out there last night that on the Beg for Mercy album, Young Buck said, "You ain't no Crip like Snoop. You ain't no blood like Game." This was something said by Young Buck on the Beg for Mercy album. Somebody get me the track title for that. Was that actually Poppin' Them Things? One of the lead singles? Joseph says 50 robbed the game of a career. I don't know that I agree with that, man. I would have to say it's a little bit flipped. The game robbed himself of his career with 50 Cent. The game wanted to pull back. The game wanted to pull out of being a pause. The game wanted to pull out, pause. Yeah, he shouldn't have pulled out. He should have made that a whole child. You know what I mean? He should have gave birth to a child with G Unit. Pause. And he should have made a whole life out of that. Instead, he wanted to pull out, he wanted to pull back and have his own career. He wanted to have his own career, you guys, and look what it's got him. And look what it's got the game. It's got him sick. It's got him tired. It's got him aggravated. It's got him moody. It's got him all the symptoms of somebody that is upset with the decision that they made. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that the game hasn't really, yeah, there's another decision right there. G-U not. They had a whole freaking DVD of GU not, when in reality it could have been a whole G Unit DVD with the game on it, and the game being a part of the second album, the second G Unit album that went on to tank, that apparently the game is taking credit for, because you put G Unit in the casket, right? Yeah. Look at that, you guys. Look at that major fact. The game got Young Buck to shout him out on Poppin' Them Things, which was the second single after Stunt 101. After Stunt 101, Poppin' Them Things came out. Every hood that we go through, all the gangsters around, I'm a whole crew. You know, what? We put it down like we supposed to. You could front if you want. We be popping them things. You know what I'm saying? And they were doing the video with 50 sitting down, and they were standing. You ain't no blood like Snoop. You ain't a Crip like Snoop. You ain't no blood like Game. The game got him to say that in front of 10 million people or more. The album sold a couple million. The album sold a couple million, and the game is getting his name mentioned on it. A year later, the game would be featured on Young Buck's album. He replaced T.I., if you guys don't remember, on Stomp. The game took on a really good relationship with Young Buck. You know, it's funny because even after the game contends that he ended G Unit, Young Buck came out with a song called Cleanup Man. And he actually, you know, he denied the aspect of the game ending G Unit. He said that he was going to put G Unit on his back. You know what I mean? He said, 50, let me carry the weight. I could put it on my shoulders. I'm a goddamn soldier. And they let me off the cage. Now I do my thing on this god stage. I'm talking about the song The Cleanup Man, where Young Buck was basically saying he was going to clean up all the issues that, you know, G Unit was having, you guys. And the game is right. You know what I mean? The game is certainly right, y'all, when he had these things to say about 50 Cent. You know what I mean? He's right that he did put in a lot of the shots that crippled G Unit. I would agree with that. You know what I mean? But there were a few other things that actually made it so G Unit would end. You know, none of the other artists to me really destroyed. None of the other artists to me really destroyed G Unit. Even after the game had that all out lyrical assault, G Unit was still riding high. To me, in my opinion, it was Rick Ross that actually broke through. Like the game, he made that like, think of it as a wall. Think of G Unit as a wall. All the different people that had come through and they put the battering ram to the wall. You know what I mean? You had first he was going out with Ja Rule, and then he came at it and went at it with Nas. You know what I mean? Then he's going at it with Fat Joe and Jadakiss. He adds them in. Nothing's really hitting him until Jadakiss comes back and batter rams him. Nas did a slight diss on 50 on his Untitled album where he mentioned Eminem and Dr. Dre signing 50 Cent. Still, it wasn't affecting 50. Shine came at him, you guys. All these things. The game turned his back on G Unit, and the wall was pretty much broken in. Pause. But then 50 kind of beat the game because we had this evidence that 50 made the game's career, right? It was evident. It was evident. 50 wrote for the game. That's what we've been thinking for the last 15 years. But after that, 50 couldn't take no more, you guys. That wall got smashed when Rick Ross came in. Rick Ross was trying to sign G Unit members to his new MMG roster. Hell, he went even got in Rick Ross and Dice in Domination and brought him over to the house and talked with Smurf on the phone. Even went to Trinidad and linked up with Smurf, you guys. So I think it was really Ross who smashed through the gate on that one. My man, Pragmatic says G Unit is still riding high. Well, yeah, 50 Cent is really still riding high. That is without a doubt. That is without a doubt. So 50 Cent actually responded to this comment that the game made. When Ye did more for me in 2 weeks than Dr. Dre did for my entire career. Now, we spoke on that, you guys. We spoke on that. Let me get this twisted up. Let me know what's everyone smoking on tonight. I'm going to put a poll up as well. I'm putting up a poll right now. I want to know what's your all thoughts. What's your all thoughts? Who won? Who won the battle? Who won the beef overall, you guys? In your opinion, who won it? Was it 50 Cent or was it the game? I want everybody to vote in the poll right now. My man B Blue. Oh, I thought you were talking about Fat Joe, bro. I thought you was about to say Crack gave 50 Cent some hell back in the day. Fat Joe actually did it a little bit different, y'all. Fat Joe actually released his diss track called My Fofo. He actually released that diss track on his album at the time, you know. So I thought that was smart. He made the people pay for it. You know, Fat Joe is one person who, you know, he wasn't really Fat Joe wasn't really known for the diss records back then or something. Why was it so crazy that Joe responded to him? Haran the Don says the game won the battle. 50 Cent won the war. That's what I'm asking you guys. I want you all to vote right now as I'm going to respond to this. 50 Cent says, huh? What happened here? Huh? What happened here? The 50 Cent is reacting to the game dissing Dr. Dre. Wow. 50 Cent is reacting to the game dissing Dr. Dre there because that's a foreign concept. We, as I said over the years, you guys, we never would have thought the game would diss Dr. Dre. And now he is. And now the game is dissing Dr. Dre. The game is saying shit like, yo, Ye did more for me in 2 weeks. Ye did more for me in 2 weeks. Bro, I saw the video. I saw the easy video. That video was garbage. Kanye West didn't even appear in your video. And you're talking about Kanye West did more for me in 2 weeks than Dr. Dre? Eric, I gotta disagree with you, bro. Eric says Game's diss tracks was a joke. I think 50's diss tracks for the Game were a joke. Like I like really did not like 300 shots, you guys. 300 shots was weak to me, and I also did not like Not Rich Still Lying. Like, so those two diss records fell flat for me. But all the games disses really hit, man. 300 bars, 240 bars, 120 bars. The game's diss records hit, man. G Unit diss records, nah, they weren't doing it for me. I don't agree. Standoff Garments LLC. Not Rich Still Lying by 50 Cent, where he was mimicking the voice. I did not like that, man. If you guys, Iceberg, tell me, did you like that? Haran the Don, did you like Not Rich Still Lying, the 50 Cent diss record? I just found it to be uncreative, man. Sorry to say. This is the guy who made Murder, I Don't Believe You. 50 Cent is the guy who I want to say single-handedly ended Murder Inc. Even though he had assistance from D12 and Eminem and Busta Rhymes and Dr. Dre and Obi Trice, even though he had assistance from all those guys, 50 Cent really ended that shit with records like Murder, I Don't Believe You, Back Down. A lot of people say that Hail Mary was the knockout punch, though. That diss was trash. Nah, I ain't like Not Rich Still Lying. I didn't feel like 50 gave enough on that, you guys. 50 really let me down with that diss track, man. And some of his other diss tracks, like the ones against Rick Ross, they were not good. Like, what would we have one? The Pinky Ring diss or something like that? 50's disses got a little weak. You know what I mean? TMC Dougal says 50 won the war. I want you all, we got 116 people in here. I want you all to vote on the poll, you guys. Who won the beef overall? So, overall, you guys, now take into consideration the Game got to release 5 more albums since not being with G Unit. None of the other G Unit guys have released that many albums. So, who really won overall is what I want to know from all of y'all. Yeah, Earl. 50 was definitely already Hollywood. That's funny. That's funny, because a guy who got mad at another crew for being Hollywood turned Hollywood mad quick. You know what I mean? He turned Hollywood mad quick to the point where he started kicking people out of his group, even before he dropped his second album. Detail says 50 Cent's diss songs were dumpster juice. I'm glad people are agreeing with me on this, and I'm glad everybody's tuning in. I'm the host, Mikey T, the movie star. We got a lot to talk about tonight. The Game basically said he put G Unit and 50 Cent in the casket. The Game said he buried these guys, man. We're going to get into all of that, but first 50 pretty much responded to the Game dissing Dr. Dre. You know what I mean? 50 Cent responds to the Game dissing Dr. Dre. We might have to save that, man. We might have to save that for tomorrow. But the Game said this. The Game said, let me get this right here. He said, last time you did this with me, well, actually, no, we can't because it's a direct response. Excuse me, guys. So the Game, 50 Cent pretty much was asking what happened, because the Game said that Ye did more for him than Dr. Dre did in 2 weeks. And now 50 Cent is pretty much confused because the Game is being emotional and saying that Kanye West, the guy who I pretty much only know one other credit than Easy that he's done with the Game. So, I mean, unless I'm wrong, and Kanye West did a lot of shit on like the Red Nation album, the Jesus Peace album, maybe even worked on 1992, but I'm not going to go look that shit up right now. You know what I mean? I do that shit all day. I'll look that up tomorrow. All I'm talking about is what I remember as a fan right now. And as a fan, I remember Kanye West came in and did the One Get Far video, but that's when the Game was the hottest shit on the block. That's when everybody knew the game was going to at least do 50 to 60 to 70% of what he had just did with the documentary. And that's why Kanye West jumped on Wouldn't Get Far. You know what? We're going to do it. I'm going to do it. We're going to bring it up. The Doctor's Advocate. That's where Kanye West featured. Let's see, what was it? The second single? No, it was the third single. And let's see. Production. Wouldn't Get Far. Yeah, he produced he produced Wouldn't Get Far. But I'm not going to go any further than that. But that video had a much bigger production budget than what they did for Easy. You know what I mean? Grandson, the real grandson is in the building. Yo, brother, I'm actually a grandson too, man. So I appreciate the real great grandson. Oh shit. We got the great grandson. All right. Mikey T, I smashed the like. Love your streams, brother. Canada, Toronto is in the building. So we're all confused. The game's dissing Dr. Dre. Well, we're not confused. The game is dissing Dr. Dre because Dre didn't put him on the platform in front of a billion people and on a platform that's going to be revolutionized in the years to come. You know what I mean? That right there is going in one of the all-time vaults for things that happened in the history of the world. And the Dr. Dre did not involve the game. You know, it's kind of disrespectful. You know what I mean? Kind of disrespectful in game's eyes, maybe in some others' eyes as well. But so the game responded to that and said, last time you did this with me, G Unit clothing got put in a casket with the entire group. So the game's saying that he pretty much put the entire group of G Unit into a casket, G Unit clothing. So he's gonna take credit for putting G Unit clothing in a casket. I mean, come on, man. Look what happened to all these clothing brands like Rockefeller. You know what I mean? A lot of these clothing brands didn't really last. A lot of these clothing brands were simply used by the artist to propel them to get a much more lucrative deal. So, you know, to say that you destroyed the man's clothing brand, you know what I mean? Like, I think you kind of ruined your opportunity of having an endorsement deal with G Unit Clothing back in the day. You know what I mean? It would have been really big if you could have actually been the West Coast representation of G Unit Clothing. So the only person that closed out a deal from happening, I'm going to have to say it was you, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Because you, along with the others, though, you know, Banks, Buck, Yayo, they were wearing the Louis Vuitton. They were wearing the McQueen, the Alexander McQueen, all the dope shit. You know what I'm saying? That had nothing to do with G Unit clothing. The newest Air Jordan. You know what I'm saying? They were wearing all that shit. So they kind of ruined the deal just like you did, game. You know what I mean? You opted out of so many different opportunities. Why didn't you mention the G Unit video games? Hey, game, you ended the G Unit video games too, right? Yeah, the G Unit video games are no more. Yeah, that's another deal that you wrote yourself out of. You wrote yourself out of that G Unit video game check where 50 Cent pretty much just had all the G Unit guys attached to him. You wrote yourself out of 2 checks, you know? So let's look at it for what it really is, you guys. Poppin' was poppin'. Earl says he's jealous of Kendrick. You know, man, the game went to war for Kendrick. You know, Earl, the game went to war for Kendrick, a man that he shouted out for so many years, Shine. A man that he wanted to sign, he said, to Black Wall Street. And then when Shine says he didn't like Kendrick Lamar, the game went ape shit on Shine and started dissing the hell out of him. It just doesn't make any sense to me, the moves this guy makes. And now he's better. And now he's better than Kendrick Lamar. You know what, man? Then why did Kendrick Lamar have a solo record to perform at the Super Bowl? And why were you stuck not able to perform at the Super Bowl because the only records you have are with 50 Cent. Let's call a spade a spade. Yeah, Joseph's not wrong. The game did get further than Lloyd Banks. Like I said, after Game's deal was over with Interscope, and Geffen, he went over to E1 and actually released another 4 or 5 albums. He's doing Drillmatic now. I mean, you got to respect that, even though my man Iceberg doesn't really feel the title. The title is really a merging of two different things, drill and Illmatic, I want to say. Although I haven't had an opportunity to ever interview the game to ask him about that type of shit. You know what I mean? He doesn't really he likes to go on Clubhouse and talk with random people who have probably never bought any of his freaking albums, who have never spent their hard-earned money on his albums. That's what I say to a lot of these guys. Like, do you realize I actually bought your album at one point, and you'd rather talk to somebody who never bought your album, who just started getting into rap in the later years of their life? Like, thanks, man. Thanks. Have a good day, man. Because you ain't real. You ain't real when it comes to that shit if you don't know how to support your fans. But a lot of dudes out there do, man. I gotta say, like, I have a new interview coming out with Easy the Block Captain. That's right. I'm gonna be dropping that this week. Easy the Block Captain was a real good dude. He's on the new show Bel Air, and he's actually one of the hottest battle rappers. Just came off his battle with Averb. So I really appreciate Easy the Block Captain taking an hour to sit with me for an interview. You know what I mean? And that's something he stressed to me about how he's getting so big that he doesn't want to come off as Hollywood. And that's one major thing I respect about artists out there, man. Not every artist is like that, though, man. Not every artist is like that, though. Let me see. My man Haran the Don says the game is very talented and has it, but he be off one day, diss everything, then love everyone the next day. He can't make up his mind. Polo Gold says Ye and Game was effing with each other like brothers, but JT the Figure is the first that believed in the game and he knew he was dope. Yeah, JT the Bigger Figure actually had a genius plan. And I've actually had an opportunity to meet JT the Bigger Figure out in Texas, South by Southwest. You know what I mean? He saw me and my guy AG Cubano, and he just was kicking game to us. You know what I'm saying? We built. And I got to say, I was one of the people that bought that album from the game, the Untold Story album from the game. JT the Bigger Figure released it at the perfect time, you guys. It was genius what JT the Bigger Figure did. Putting that album out at the same time, because we all didn't know so much about the game. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people knew more about 50 back in the day because they had the opportunity to, go and get the music that he would put out, or, actually get the mixtapes, from wherever they would get the shit. And like I said, my friends would actually download the mixtapes and they would basically show me one artist after the next. It was an interesting way to get music. My music, I didn't get music the same way that other people did. I didn't have that opportunity because I didn't live in the city like New York. I didn't live in the city like a Boston. I didn't live down in the city like here, Connecticut, like a Hartford and New Haven. I lived more so an hour up north. So my shit was more so off of the computer, downloading when that came into play, but also my friend who, my friends who would have booklets of the CDs, or just walking my ass to the store. 717's in the chat tonight. Appreciate you for tapping in. Polo Gold says, I thought Dre in the game was close. Obviously, so did 50 Cent. 50 Cent said, what happened here? What happened here? And the game replied to that viciously, you all. The game replied to that like a shark who just saw blood. You know what I'm saying? Like when he saw there was a message out there that 50 Cent actually responded to something involving him with a picture attached to it, the game jumped on that like a shark. He jumped on the shit like a shark, you guys. And he responded. He said, the last time you did this with me, G-Unit Clothing got put in a casket with the entire group. And he didn't stop there, you guys. He said, and you went into television. I like power and shit. Leave it alone. I'm back outside. He said, I like power and shit. What about BMF, man? Because I'm actually more of a BMF guy. You know what I mean? I'm actually more of a BMF guy, truth be told. I really haven't watched Power, but yo, you got 50's biggest ops saying they F with Power. You got the game saying it. Bangum Smurf told me at one point he messed with Power. Also, Rick Ross said that he was going to watch BMF. Even though he had issues with 50, he wanted to watch BMF to show support to Big Meech and Little Meech. But I want everybody to vote in the poll right now. If you haven't, I want to know who won the beef overall. Was it 50 Cent or was it Game? So the Game says he put the entire G Unit group in a casket and you went into television. Now, I was touching on this a little bit earlier. 50 went into films first. What I believe I heard was that 50 Cent actually got a $200 million deal to go into film, to produce films. A lot of films I wasn't big on. I think 50 has found his relevance on television because in order to be relevant, you guys, in order to be relevant, if you're not going to put out movies that everybody loves, you have to be seen on a weekly basis, frequently, consistently, weekly, as I said, you guys. When 50 got these ideas and these ideas, and he turned them into opportunity, and he got the weekly show, that's where Jimmy Iovine said he could see 50 thriving. That's where we could all see 50 thriving. It was evident that 50 wasn't going to get a label where he could put out an album every single month. If 50 could have been able to put out an album every single month or every 2 months, 6 albums a year, 50 could have been all over the television, all over the BET, MTV, VH1. He could have been all over all these networks promoting his material, and it would be like you never could get away from 50 Cent. Due to the fact that 50 could not get the ability to release all these albums, now he's getting the ability to do these shows. It's putting him right in front of people's faces on a consistent basis every single week of the year. That's how I started my career. I was like, you know what? I'm going to do interviews. I'm going to put them on the hottest websites, whether it's World Star or whatever website it is. And I'm going to make sure that I'm there every single week of the year. 52 weeks a year. They can't go without seeing me one freaking day of the week, at least. Yeah. So it's very smart shit right there. 50 Cent moving into television from film. Because why? With film, you only get to release maybe 2 films a year. Some cases, some actors, we do see them pop up in 4 or 5 movies a year. Yeah, I remember one year, what was that dude? That dude who played Alfie in that one movie. He popped up in about 5 or 6 movies. What was his name? Somebody let me know. Now The Rock is doing his thing. That other guy wasn't as big as The Rock. Yo, I appreciate everybody tapping in. Hit that like button, share this video. I'm your host, Mikey T, the movie star, the king of the bloggers. I'm a hip hop influencer, y'all. I've done interviews with some of the best people in the game, and I'm here to entertain y'all. You're on my live stream. This is the podcast that you want to be tapped into. All the hip hop knowledge and all the dope ass consideration when it comes to these stories. I don't know what the other guys are doing, but I surround my shit with facts. Let me see. He was signed to G Unit, Aftermath, Black Wall Street. Who is that, bro? Game? Let me see. Joseph says, do you think Mikey T, the controversy between the Game and 50 Cent built the Game's career? In all honesty, bro, major salute Burt Castro, Atlantic City's in the building tonight. In all honesty, bro, I think the Game's career went down quicker due to the fact that he beefed with G Unit, man. I think the Game really ruined the way that he connected with the people. You know, in every group there's that one artist that really connects, and the game came out with G Unit. It was just so perfect, because if you look back at it, the 50 Cent's artists, Banks and Yayo, they were actually both from New York. 50's from New York. So there's really something that not much difference to these other artists. So that's why when 50 brought Buck in and it was a Southern influence, that's why it worked. That's why when he went and got the game became the next figurehead. They turned the game into the next major figurehead. He's even it to this day. So in reality, I think the game actually hindered his career by going at 50 Cent. I mean, shit, he even said it. The game said it. 50 Cent went into movies and television. The game lost out on those checks as well. I don't see the game's film getting produced the way that he wants it to be anymore. The game, if you listen to his albums, you could tell he has a story worthy of a film. And now you just diss Dr. Dre. I mean, look what they did with Straight Outta Compton. You diss 50 Cent. Look what he's doing with the likes of Snoop Dogg. He's putting together a Snoop Dogg TV series. There's rumors about a Scott Storch TV series. Why would you do that? Like, I think it all goes back to the game first dissing these guys and thinking he could become these guys. You don't want to become these guys. You want to be alongside these guys. You know, step out of the shadow, but stand alongside these guys, man. Major salute to Atlantic City. Well, Bert, I don't think the way I answered it was dumb, bro. I think I gave a lot of great perspective on that. Wow, that's weird. Hell yeah, that's a fake account, brother. Thank you for blocking that shit out, bro. That's funny as hell. Somebody went and made a fake account. That's when you know you're lit. Yo, guys, this is Mikey T, the movie star. I appreciate you all for tapping in tonight. Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, hit the notification button as well, because I want you to tap in when I do all my live videos, y'all. So we're basically going over this game and 50 Cent thing before we get into Wack 100 calling out Freekey Zekey. Appreciate you, bro. Jay Wavy said, "Yo, it's crazy that Game said Kanye did more for him than Dr. Dre." Yeah, man, it almost makes me want to go through the Game's whole catalog. Oh, word. Oh, they did the same thing in Doggy Diamonds live tonight. Yeah, man, people be hating, man. Salute to Doggy Diamonds, man. I'm glad he got his channel back. That's one dude, like I said, my first interview, him and Emrek actually put it on Forbes DVD and shit. You know what I'm saying? So when I first got in the game and shit, having a couple dudes like that who actually support your content, that shows you a lot. That shows you a lot, man. But now his platform is just through the roof, and I got to commend him on it because he's the voice, man. Sean says the game is crazy. Yeah, the game is crazy for saying something along the lines of Ye did more for him in 2 weeks. Like, come on, bro. Like, if you're gonna say Kanye West did more for you than Dr. Dre, you don't got to add the 2 week bullshit in there, man, because you've actually had a relationship with Kanye West all the way back to your second album, even probably the first album and before the first album. Kanye West was in there getting it in the mud, you know, meeting people before he was ever famous. But we got to get into this thing with Wack 100, you guys. I know everybody wants to hear it, man. Wack 100 actually had the opportunity to go at it with somebody on live tonight, man. He wasn't just talking to all of us, all of the listeners throughout the universe of the, the hip hop audiences. Wack 100 was actually talking to Freekey Zekey. It's a whole nother scene, you guys. A whole nother scene happened. And Wack 100 actually, he kind of let the first guy that I ever interviewed have it. And by saying that, you guys, all he had to do was let Freekey talk on his own to let him have it, man, because it sounded a little shaky. We're going to get into it here, man. Freekey Zekey actually got 32 to 36 months. I remember back in the day, I'd actually heard about it, that he had got arrested in North Carolina, and Freekey Zekey actually got 36 months. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, he's a Dipset guy. He's getting 36 months in jail. That kind of sucks because he's supposed to be the fourth guy in Dipset at this point. So as a fan, I read, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? I'm like, this sucks for Freekey Zekey. I remember this. And yeah, maybe that's what even got tied into my first interview being with Freekey Zekey, reading about some of that news. So that shit was crazy. You know what I mean? Just to read that about Freekey Zekey back in the day, that he was going to have to go get locked up. I'm like, damn, is Freekey Zekey, is he going to get out of jail? You know what I mean? I know it's only a year and a half, but some crazy shit be happening in there. Freekey Zekey is a different type of dude. I mean, look at what Freekey Zekey happened with him. He came out and the dude was jacked as hell. He could have just as easily broke somebody's face in there, you know what I mean, and got more time. But Freekey Zekey came out. He actually dropped his album, The Book of Ezekiel. But Wack was saying the paperwork is right here. They're just because Jim Jones and Cameron accept it. So the paperwork is there, Wack is saying, but Freekey Zekey is cool because Cameron and Jim Jones accept it. Sort of like, doesn't that sort of remind you of Wack 100 just the other day saying that Pooh Shiesty, his paperwork could be taken away, but because of the fact that he's friends with Pooh Shiesty's dad, he'll overlook it. You know what I mean? It kind of reminds me of that, you guys. The detail says he did get arrested in the Raleigh and Durham area of North Carolina. Iceberg says you can't rat in another state for leniency in another state. They sound silly and they paperwork been out and they don't reveal nothing. They only picking parts out. Freekey in Harlem all day. Major salute to Freekey Zekey. Major salute to Freekey Zekey. So Freekey said, I plea bargain to do what? And this was making sense to me. He said, if I plea bargain to do what? If I'm a victim of a shooting, how am I plea bargaining to do anything? And he was right. You know what I mean? But that's only because they didn't really have their sentencing together. They were kind of making themselves, you know what I mean, not seem together. I mean, we do got various people popping in on this clubhouse, but Freekey Zekey caught him with that. You know what I'm saying? Freekey was asked about his situation in North Carolina where he got hit with drugs. And he said, hell yeah, I remember that. He said, hell yeah, I remember that. Something that you're not going to forget. You're not going to forget when your group is blowing up and then you have to go sit down. That's one thing you're not going to forget. Let me see. So he said, hell yeah, I remember that. It's basically saying a part of your plea bargain, you would work as a confidential informant. Somebody from the clubhouse was actually reading this. He said, a part of your plea bargain, you would says that you would work as a confidential informant, but they were asking, and they don't know if testing would help get some time off of your shit. And they were saying that they didn't know if testifying, they didn't know if testifying would get some time off of your shit. They can't confirm if you cooperate in this that you would get a lighter sentence, but it says that you got 35 months. Now, at the beginning, I said here that he was facing between 32 and 36 months, right? So that's what I said. And so if the man is facing between 32 and 36 months, and then he ultimately got 35, why would he be called out for snitching? That makes absolutely no sense. You know what I'm saying? It makes absolutely no sense what they're trying to instigate here. Like, yo, man, it's saying here that you got 35 months, but it's also hold on, let me read that back because they did say that they didn't know if testifying would help him get time off of his shit. They could not confirm if you cooperated in this case that you would get a lighter sentence. So right there, that actually is how it could play in. The fact that apparently they're saying if you testify, if you snitch, we can't tell you if we're going to give you a lighter sentence. If you help us, if you do this, we can't tell you if it's going to give you a lighter sentence. We've actually seen cases play out like that before. You know what I mean? When Dark Low actually pled out to the, to the letter, you know what I'm saying? And he got the gun off of his record. He actually got more time than anybody would have thought. So somebody testifying in a case, they would think this is kind of what Taz did in the situation. Taz testified hoping to get less time in his other cases. You see what I'm saying, you guys? But in this case, they're basically saying if you cooperate, we can't really tell you if you're going to get less time. But I mean, the man was only facing 1.5 years in jail, anyways. No. 2.5 years in jail. 36 months, 2.5 years, right? Sean Bag Life. So let's get into this, man. Appreciate everybody for tapping in. Let me take a look at the poll. If you guys haven't voted in the poll, vote now. Who won the beef, man? Who won the beef, y'all? 50 Cent or the game? It's looking like 84% say 50 Cent. Wow. 50 had way more bangers than the game's ass. His hottest album, 50, gave him the blueprint. Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say, man. So Freekey replied to that, when after they said he got 35 months, he replied to that. Freekey said, "Let me explain. First, that shit is hogwash. So I got shot, and then I went down there and I started working with the police for a plea bargain. Man, shut the F up. This shit don't even sound right. First of all, who is this guy? Who is this guy I was supposed to have snitched on in North Carolina, is what Freekey said. Freak also said, let me explain the story since you want to run around and act like you know everything. Wack chimed in, maybe you told halfway or all the way. Now, I was hype right here. I'm like, all right, Freekey's finally going to tell the story of what happened to him in North Carolina. Finally, we're going to hear the story that I read about so many years ago when he got picked up for the possession charge. I'm like, thank God we get that. So Freekey said, Freekey actually sunned Wack right here. I should change the video title to Freekey Zekey sunned Wack 100. Because he sunned Wack. When Wack chimed in, Wack said, maybe you told halfway or all the way. And I really didn't know where the hell Wack was coming from with this, you guys. Like 36 months. Wow. Braz, everyone's going to shit on me, man. Everyone is going to shit on me for that, bro. Everyone is going to shit on me for that, man. I just got that math wrong, but I appreciate you, man. DeAndre says the game did not NG unit. Freekey didn't snitch. Appreciate you for tapping in detail. So Freekey sunned Wack right here after Wack came in, and I didn't know if Wack was trying to be funny or what the hell Wack was doing, but he was like, maybe you halfway told. Maybe you told halfway or all the way. I thought he was trying to be funny. I really wasn't sure. If anybody heard the audio, let me know what you think. It sounded like he was trying to add a comedic element right there, like maybe he was trying to be cordial with Freekey, because they didn't really start swearing at each other from what I heard, but Freekey sunned him. Freekey was like, young man, Young man, listen, I'm trying to state my claim. If you want to hear my claim, he hit Wack with the young man. Excuse me, young man. Yep, he hit Wack with the young man. He young boyed him, y'all. Yep, Braz. Yep, we're going to get into that, man. Titles changed. Freekey Zekey, Sons, Wack 100. And yo, Iceberg, there's only one E in the Zeekey. It's Zekey. Oh shit, I didn't change that on the video. It's supposed to be freaking changed. That shit's supposed to be changed, man. It's actually not spelt like that. Yeah, I was about to ask you guys that. I was about to ask that. You know what I mean? What do you mean he halfway told on somebody? Like, come on, man. Like, you're just trying to get the headline right here. He's on his Oprah Winfrey shit. Or as I like to say, because Fat Joe be on his Jopra shit. You know what I mean? Wack be on his Ricky Lake. That's what Wack 100 reminds me of. Wack 100 reminds me a little bit of Ricky Lake. And that's not a diss. Because Ricky Lake was getting some money before they took her ass off television. You know what I mean? They're like, Ricky, stop dancing. Stop dancing. You're not Bobby Shmurda. DeAndre, Jay Wavy agrees with you. Ricky fake. Wack, Ricky Lake. Appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight, man. I know I got the realest audience, man. We got the realest audience in hip hop. Keep on sharing this video, you guys. People are bound to catch more word of what we're doing. There's nobody on the internet doing it like us, you guys. I can guarantee you that much. There is nobody on the internet doing it like us here. Johnny Cashville says Wack is a buster. K Triple I, where are you from? I'm from Connecticut, man. I don't know if you're familiar with Connecticut, but a lot of people know CT based on the main cities like Hartford, New Haven, but also they know us based on the casinos and shit. I'm more near the casinos, which is about an hour away from there. Appreciate everybody for tapping in tonight. We're not done. Don't think we're done, but I want everybody to follow me on the gram. Listen, if you guys aren't following me on the gram, you need to right now, because I'm going to follow every single person back that follows me on Instagram tonight. You know what I'm saying? I like to keep in tune with all my supporters. I like to keep in tune with all the followers, man. Why? Because I follow you guys back, man. I keep in tune with y'all. I want to send you the content. I want you to know what I'm doing. Like I said, I got a new interview dropping this week with Easy the Block Captain. I just dropped an interview with D12 member Bazaar. I just dropped an interview with G's Gasoline from Brooklyn, New York. Also, I tapped in with Queens, New York. You know, I did an interview with Q Life. You know what I'm saying? Former OTF member. And Positive Beats Negative, PBN. That's what he's on right now. So I'll shout PBN out. But yeah, I got a whole lot of new interviews out there. Me and Bazaar went over everything. But tonight is a news night, y'all. We have our interview nights, we have our watch along nights, and we have our hip hop news. And that's what we're doing tonight, you guys. So I really appreciate everybody for tapping in with me. We're talking about the conversation that Freekey Zekey actually had with Wack 100. It's a little bit different because Wack is usually talking to clubhouse hosts. You know what I mean? He's usually talking to clubhouse viewers or you know, people along those lines. But now he's actually talking to the artist themselves. He's actually been talking to Freekey Zekey. And as I was going on, I was at the point where Freekey actually sunned Wack 100. That's right, you guys. Freekey Zekey sunned Wack 100. It was actually pretty funny. I had to pause the video because Freekey Zekey started calling Wack 100 young man. Young man, a young man. Please settle down, young man. I'm trying to state my claim. If you want to hear my claim, settle down, young Wack. Young Wack thing. Little Wack one, please settle down, young man, young Wack. Appreciate you, Jay. I'm gonna follow you back, brother. Follow everybody back that follows me on social media. You guys know I be dropping a lot of interviews. I did this interview I'm gonna post up right now with G's Gasoline. If you guys want to check that out, G's Gasoline actually speaks on being locked up with Bobby Shmurda, meeting Pop Smoke. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of dope shit. Yep, posting that up right there. I'm actually gonna pin it up so y'all can check it out. You know what I mean? So y'all can check out Iceberg says check out Mikey's joint with viral New York City drill rapper G's Gasoline out now speaking on Wack 100, Pop Smoke, Big Ops, his big single, which is out now. He also speaks on No Twirl Zone. I'm not going to twirl on here for you guys unless somebody sends in a super chat. This is a no twirl zone unless you send in a super chat. But shit, if you send in a super chat, I might even break out a crip walk for you. Johnny says, why does anybody even think Wack's opinion is relevant? Yeah, you know, there was a point in time where Wack 100 did not have the ear of the nation. You know what I mean? And I'm just going to go ahead and say the nation now. You know, he's definitely got the United States aware of who he is. You know, so there was a point where he didn't have the ear of just about everybody, you know, but right now he does, and he's taking advantage of it, man. So that's why pretty much every single day he's on the internet doing different things. I'm not really sure what's going on with his podcast. You know what I mean? Y'all need to let me know if there's anything going on with that and shit. Appreciate you, K triple. I'm gonna call you K triple. I'm gonna follow you back as well, bro. But let's get back into this right after Freekey Zekey sunned him. Freekey said, yeah, I was on a goddamn bus. I got off in New Hanover County. Let me know if I just butchered that. These dudes came out of nowhere. These dudes came out of nowhere. They nabbed me. First of all, I had it tucked up and they stripped me all the way down. They stripped me all the way down. I don't know why I said it again, but he got stripped all the way down. And I said it a third time. First of all, they didn't even know what X was at the time. Well, what are you talking about? They didn't know what X was. What did this? I'm pretty sure people have known what X was since the Studio 88 days or the Studio 84 days or whatever the hell that studio was called back in New York City. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't get it, to be 100% honest with you, man. I really don't get it when he's saying that they didn't know what ecstasy was. Is it like back, the only thing I could really compare it to, is back in the day when, or a few years ago, really, not back in the day, when they didn't even know what Molly was, you guys. You know what I mean? Back in the day, they didn't even know what Molly was and shit. So I really don't get what, you know what I mean? I really don't get what Freekey Zekey is saying there, unless, you know, I guess they didn't know what the hell it was. I mean, Molly, I could understand, you know what I mean? Because of how it looked. Even one time I was with my guy, Menace, and Compton Menace, big salute, and somebody gave him something that was like Molly, he said, and he just gave it to me, and he's like, get rid of this shit, Mikey T. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to get rid of this shit. That is what a real friend does, you guys. You know, like the other night when we were talking about what somebody does, you know, somebody else would be like, nah, man, I'm going to pop that shit. Pop a Molly, I'm sweating. Pop, and you sweating. Yeah. Ooh, okay. Iceberg said, meaning 12 usually thought it was Zans or Valiums. They had all white E's too. All the whites, the G's up, hose down. Yeah, man, it was a pretty crazy situation here. Major salute to RJ Payne. Bizarre was actually just telling me that RJ Payne jumped on his Dumpster Juice album. But let me get back into it right here. So he said, Freekey said, I was on a goddamn bus. I got off in New Hanover County, and these dudes came out of nowhere. They nabbed me. First of all, I had it tucked up, and they stripped me all the way down. First of all, they didn't even know what X was at the time. So Freekey broke into a story where he implied the police wanted him to snitch. So this is where it was getting a little iffy. You know what I mean? Because I remember being locked up, and when you get locked up, the police do ask you to snitch. You know what I mean? It's one of, and you say no. You know what I mean? You don't go along with them. Oh, I know the perfect person I could bring in for you. No, take me to my cell. Take me to the cell, man. Screw you. Yo, we got something you could do for us here, though, Mike. What are you talking about, man? We ain't talking about none of that shit. You know, but let's get into it, man. Let's get into it. Yo, DeAndre, we'll get back into that in just a second after we get through this Wack 100 and Freekey Zekey conversation, brother. We'll get back into the game in 50 Cent. So Freekey broke into this story where he actually implied that they wanted him to snitch, you know. So then they were saying, you know, you could get out of here. And he was using one of his typical Freekey Zekey voices. Somebody in the live clubhouse kind of made fun of him for it. They must not really know who the hell Freekey Zekey is. He breaks out into different voices, sort of like Old Dirty Bastard to a certain extent. Rest in peace. So he said shit. I don't want to mess up my new shit. You know what I'm saying? So Freekey goes, then they were saying, you know, you can get out of here sooner or later. Matter of fact, sooner if you give me someone that's over. So when they said that, Iceberg, can you break down that term for me? Because, you know, I've never really heard that term, but they said, matter of fact, you can get out of here sooner if you give me someone that's over. If you give me someone that's over. What up, Lil Blue? What's popping with you, bro? Detail says they did that because at the time in North Carolina, only people who did it knew what it was. Okay, Detail. Okay. Now, this line right here, when they said, you know, that line right there, if you give me someone that's over. Here's what he said. He said, matter of fact, sooner, I'm going to read this whole thing because it's a very shocking reply. Very shocking reply that Freekey Zekey has here. Then they was saying, you know, you could get out of here sooner or later. Matter of fact, sooner if you give me someone that's over. And I said, bet. Boom. I go to New York. Boom. I go to New York and I get crackhead Artie from my mother effing projects. I get this dude back when we was in the Rockefeller era. So what are you like? That is just making me like go crazy right there. When they say you can get out of here sooner than later if you give me someone that's over, and he said, bet. When I got arrested that one time and the cops told me that I could give them someone, I told them to go shit in their hat and walk me to my cell. I didn't say bet and let me go put together some shit for you. You know what I mean? But I got lucky that night. I'll admit, I got lucky that night because the cops were on my ass and they were like, we know you got a quarter pound, Mike. And I was like, what are you talking about? If I had a quarter pound, I wouldn't be arrested. I'd be smoking my weed right now. I wouldn't even have been at school so you could arrest me at the end of the day. I would have been smoking mad weed. You crazy? So then they come back with nothing and they still throw me in the cell anyways. You know what I mean? Because they had like a little bit of seeds and they had a scale. So they threw me in the cell anyways. I've told this story, I believe, before. But then a few minutes later, or they left me in there for like 15 minutes, and then they brought in a bank robber. So they brought in a bank robber, and they really had nothing on me. So let me go with a PTA, but they still kept the marijuana charge, even though all they had was seeds. And I had to go to court over that a few times, eventually beating it because it was seeds. Hell yeah, DeAndre, man. So that's why I don't really understand. Ah, I get what Iceberg's saying here. He said, Mikey, that's when you give up a base head and tell them it's a kingpin. Joke's on them. That's what he did. He said, bet it up. Yo, we're going to need somebody that's up. We need you to give us somebody that's over. Oh, bet. Pew! Next thing you know, I'm in New York. Pew! I go to New York and I get crackhead Artie from my mother effing projects. I get this dude back and when we was on, I get this dude back when we was on Rockefeller. And I will go get Artie so he can explain it to my mother and my father and paid half to go get the work. And I bought him a North Face. I drove Artie all the way back down there. This is crazy, you guys. I'm gonna say it's crazy because he said he met this Artie dude when he was at Rockefeller. Like what? Like what? Huh? How are you still dealing with that shit, man? Like what? Dumbfounding, man. Brought him a North Face and drove him down there. First of all, who the hell needs a North Face in North Carolina? You know what I mean? Isn't it better weather over there? You know what I'm saying? Isn't it better weather over there? So the police said, Hey, you got the guy? And I replied, Yeah, I got that dude. Soon as we get there, they kicked in the door. Wack said, This dude is crazy. Get the F out of here. And I had never heard anything like that before either. You know what I mean? I never heard of somebody go. I remember one time I got pulled over and I was underage with alcohol, right? But it wasn't my alcohol. It was my friend's alcohol. And he was 21 and he was too much of a punk to admit it was his. So they wrote me up for an open container. So my lawyer, I went and got a lawyer. My lawyer told me, he was like, listen, if you have your friend write a note and just say it was his, you'll be good. Either way, I was good. For an open container, they give you like $100 fine regardless. But I never heard of some shit where you get caught with some serious work and then you can just go blame it on a rockhead. Like, what kind of a rockhead would take that shit, anyways, man? What type of a dude would do that, anyways? So you're telling me you're going to go get locked up for a few years or potentially a few months or whatever just for a North Face jacket, just for a couple $100? Iceberg says they always rock they rock jackets in the summer. They always rock the cold jackets. Todd says I hate driving. I'd rather hire a chauffeur. Yeah, man. I wouldn't have went back down with that guy, but I wouldn't have done this thing anyways. I can't believe Freekey Zekey actually made this type of a deal with the police. I hate to say that, man. You know what I mean? I hate to say that. I never made no type of a deal like that with the police, man. What in the blue hell? So you made a deal to go so you got into a situation with this cop and then you got out of it and you made a deal to go meet back up with him again? Never in my life. Never in my life. When you get away from that cop, you never see that mother effer again in your life. You don't make plans to go meet up with him in 2 months. Yo, I'm coming back, baby. You know, I'm just getting ready up in New York. Shit, sweet out. I'm trying to find him. I'm trying to find this guy, man. He ain't easy to find, man. He's got like 6 phones. I only got like 3 numbers. He doesn't pick up those phones. Johnny Cashville says that shit's still effed up though. It's like, who does that type of shit? Take your charge like a man. Well, you got to understand at this point, Freekey Zekey was about to be missing out on a major opportunity. So that's why he was trying to come up with some dumbass shit like that. And then Wack said, This dude is crazy. Get the F out of here. Freak said, How could I make this up? You think I'm freestyling this? Then F you. Let me finish my story. This is exactly what happened. And okay, like we understand this is exactly what happened, but this isn't good, Freaky. This isn't good. Okay, if this is what happened, this isn't good. You know what I'm saying? Like, so Freekey's like, right after that, they locked Artie up. I'm thinking I'm good. So they lock Artie up. I can only imagine. What is this? So Freekey Zekey takes this Artie guy. They're chilling. He's like, yo, man, this is what's going to happen. They're about to bust in here. I'm just being real with you. Here's like 8 dimes. I'm just being real with you. They're about to bust in. Smoke that shit up, brother. And then they bust in. And then they bust in, you know? So Freak said right after that, they locked Artie up. I'm thinking I'm good. Artie only had a Bible, and Artie snitched on me. So Artie snitched on Freekey Zekey. So Artie realized what was up. Artie was like, yo, I'm not going to be able to be out of here and smoke up anymore. I got screwed for a North Face jacket in 8 dimes. Well, it was 16 dimes, Artie. It was 16 dimes, brother. Whatever. I smoked it like it was 8 dimes. Artie didn't know. So Artie's getting locked up, and now Artie's like, screw this. I'm snitching. Maybe if I snitch and just tell him the whole situation. But Artie, dude, when we found you, you still had like 8 dimes on you, bro. That's a distribution charge in itself. What's wrong with you? You were supposed to smoke that shit up. But so Artie got locked up and snitched on Freekey Zekey from what he's saying. And then Freekey said, me and Artie ended up doing 3 years off of that. Wack said, how the dude that you did the fake snitch on tell on you? Freak said, that's crackhead Artie. On the paperwork, it says the officer was very angry with Freekey because he had not been forthright with them. So one of the people on the clubhouse read it out. He said on the paperwork, it says the officer was very angry with Freekey because he had not been forthright with them. He had somehow managed to doctor some crime on a falsely accuse someone of it with the idea that he could compensate someone for taking the false rap. So Freekey Zekey pretty much wanted to pay somebody to take this rap for him, you guys, which is something we've seen in the past. We've seen that happen before. Well, not actually with pay, but most of the time it probably does have to do with pay, but more than likely it has to do with the amount of charges someone has taken. It's like, yo, bro, if you don't have any charges, you need to take this one. Even in Biggie's case, you know what I mean? Biggie's homie took the charge for him because he knew what Biggie was going to do with his career. We see different paths taken with this. So yeah, man, they knew that Freekey Zekey was lying to them. But did they knew before Artie snitched? They had to have, man, because they got straight up duped. You know what I mean? And they both got 3 years. So Freekey Zekey ended up getting 3 years anyways. He really screwed himself and another man. Freekey said, y'all is trying. Wack said, that's not the story. Wack said, that's the story he just told. Wack 100 completely agreed that story right there is the true story that Freekey Zekey just gave us. Freekey said, y'all trying is not going to work. Wack replied, ain't no trying. You just said it. There ain't no trying. You just said it. Freekey Zekey went into a thing where he said, first of all, I don't give a F. I'm just telling you all exactly what happened. Wack said, what about Chauncey from Brooklyn? The dude that you got 30 years in jail. That's what Wack 100 threw at Freekey Zekey right there. But Wack really hit him hard with the first part when he was like, there ain't no trying. You just said it. Freekey Zekey revealed the whole story, man. I wouldn't be shocked if I guess Cameron doesn't feel a type of way. They were all on the stage together. It's like Wack said at the beginning. Wack said, it's cool because not Jay-Z. It's cool because Jim Jones and Cameron accept it. It's cool that Jim Jones and Cameron accept it. Oh, it's cool that Pooh Shiesty, and I'm not saying Pooh Shiesty ratted, but Wack is throwing Pooh Shiesty under the bus, but he's saying he's not going to go all ape shit on him because of the fact that he's friends with Pooh Shiesty's dad. So it's like he's picking and choosing with who he wants to go at here, you guys. So Wack said, what about Chauncey from Brooklyn, the dude that you got 30 years? Freak said, I wish I could post up the interview of the guy who was saying Chauncey and all these other dudes' names, talking about, I don't want no problems. I just want to go home. And then Wack was like, yeah, he's talking about you. He's talking about you. And, that's in all honesty, that's why I wish I had somebody like a Hot Boy Turk in here, you know what I mean, to actually go over some shit like this. He has some great insight for something like this. But eventually, when somebody's in jail serving all that time, they put away all of their hate. You know what I mean? At a certain point in time, they got to put away all of that animosity. You know what I mean? They can't come back wanting to do all the people that did them wrong, or else 9 times out of 10, or maybe like 7 times out of 10, you're not going to get out of jail. You know what I'm saying? So right there with Chauncey saying on video, or whoever, that they don't want no problems, they just want to go home. That's pretty much the typical mentality somebody has that has been locked up for a number of years. After a certain point in time, they're done with all of that pent up frustration, and they just realize that they want to get on with it, and they just want to move on with their life and do something rather than letting all of that anger, prevent them from going further in life. It happens like that all the time, you guys. Yo, what's poppin'? Fayback. Appreciate you for tuning in. Oh, is that my dude Fayback from the magazine? Let me light some shit up, man. Is that Fayback from Don Diva? So he's talking about you, Wack 100 said. Freekey agreed. Exactly. Me. Yes, I never pointed nobody out. First of all, I don't know them. I went for mines. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. 4 people pulled out hammers, and my man ended up dying. So Freekey just went somewhere totally else with it. You know what I'm saying? He went somewhere else with it, man. Freak said, I was on the run. My man was on the run. Someone hit the car. What was said was dude was procrastinating. I said, who's the dude who got the money so we can get the F out of here? What the hell is he even talking about when it comes to that? Who's the dude that has the money so we can get out of here? I just really stopped following the conversation there, man. You know what I'm saying? When he started talking about all this shit about 4 people pulling out hammers and it being the scariest night of his life. If somebody in the chat can actually connect all of that for me, let me know. But in all honesty, I think Freekey Zekey put the whole situation out there. He's pretty much way past the prime of his career. When Freekey got out of jail, he was able to release an album called The Book of Ezekiel. That album sold less than 5,000 copies first week. Freekey Zekey actually started, doing different businesses, man, to get money. And I think Freekey is more than comfortable right now with his life. And that's why he's cool with expressing a story like that. Oh yeah. Son was mad. Son was mad that he called him a peasant. Right. Son was mad that he called him a peasant. Yep, that's right. Yep. And then he said that was one of the scariest nights of his life. And that was one of the scariest nights of his life. Yeah. Don't run around acting like other people are peasants. Don't run around acting like, people are beneath you. Because if you try to act like somebody is beneath you, they are going to put you beneath them. You know what I'm saying? So don't be walking around acting like your shit don't stink. You know what I'm saying? We all got the same 24 hours in this world. We all got to use it. You got to use it in a productive way. You don't need to go around trying to tear down the self-esteem of another man, another woman. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't make you any better. It really doesn't, man. I heard somebody say some shit like that a little bit earlier today about, like the energy you give off is the energy you get back. It wasn't like that. You know what I mean? It's like, but it was pretty much the same thing. Wheezy PV, appreciate you for tapping in tonight, man. The people that think Game won that shit. Yo, let me look at this chat right here. So everybody, I put up a poll. It was who won the beef overall. You know what I'm saying? Now that we can look at it in hindsight, the Game or 50 Cent, and 50 Cent is up 50 or 81% to 19%, you guys. It's 123 votes. If you haven't voted yet, vote in the chat right now. But it looks like the Game pretty much got railroaded in this thing. What a crazy topic with Freekey Zekey and Wack 100, man. Freekey said, y'all trying is not going to work. And Wack said, there ain't no trying. You just said it. Freekey Zekey literally went on this platform on Clubhouse, which is now going to be rebrandished on every different YouTube page. I imagine there's going to be 100 YouTube pages putting that shit up. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to be talking about it for a few days. You know what I mean? Until the next big story comes out. You know what I mean? Because in all honesty, Freekey Zekey wasn't one of the predominant artists in history. He was a member of Dipset. You know what I mean? We got a couple 2 Diplomatic Immunity albums. They never could get it together for that third one. I do think they did an EP though. But the point being is people will move on from this. This is actually a story that had come out a number of years ago. And, Wack 100 is just putting it out there. Wack 100 is just jumping in a room where it's the topic. You know what I mean? But Freekey had never really addressed it like that before. You know what I mean? Freekey had never addressed this shit like that before. I actually talked to Sen City about it in an exclusive interview. He gave me some details about it. We got 63 likes. We got 100 people in here. If we get the likes up to 100, I will play the clip with Sen City speaking on Freekey Zekey getting arrested at the bus station. If we get 100 likes in here, I'll play the clip of Sen City speaking on Freekey Zekey getting arrested at the bus station. So hit the like button right now and I will play that clip. That's how you can let me know if you actually want to see it. If not, we'll just we're going to talk a little bit more about the Game and 50 Cent. I know that's a hot topic. But just to end off everything with Freekey Zekey and Wack 100, it was fresh, to hear Freekey Zekey. Well, I mean, it was fresh to hear Wack 100 actually on Clubhouse with another figure in the industry rather than just, preaching to the choir. You know what I mean? Or, just doing an interview. It was dope to hear Wack 100 actually go back and forth with another individual in the industry. Now, Wack let him do his thing. Wack wasn't being overbearing. He said a few things like maybe you halfway told or maybe you all the way told, or he said that story was bullshit, or you know what I'm saying? Lone Wolf TV's in the building. He said that he just heard we just were going over it, Lone Wolf. Kind of crazy how Freekey Zekey put himself out there like that, basically told the whole story. He basically told the whole story, when it was written in, political words, when it was written in court terms about how they were, let me see the actual terms. One of the dudes from the Clubhouse read it. He said on paperwork, it says the office was very angry with Freekey because he had not been forthright with them. He had somehow managed to doctor some crime and falsely accuse someone of it with the idea that he could compensate someone for taking the false rap. That's what it said in the paper. And Wack said to that, that's the story that he just told, because Freekey Zekey explained that whole story, you guys. And I as much love as I got for Freekey Zekey, I got to say it kind of put him in a crazy light. You know what I mean? I gotta say, man, I've got love for Freekey Zekey. Freekey gave me my first interview. We sat together on a very small couch, which a lot of people thought was funny. You know what I mean? But it was my first time doing an interview, so I wanted to be in the interview with him. You know what I'm saying? After that, I got behind the camera, started doing it like that. It was just a little bit easier. You know what I mean? But now I'm back in front of the camera years later. No worries on it, man. Jay Wavy says, what strain you smoking on? I'm off that Maui. Well, tonight I'm actually on the Irish Cannonball, bro. This shit is freaking good as hell, too, man. I stepped off of the cookies. Major shout out to my guy Burner. Rest in peace to my brother, cousin Todd. He actually introduced me to Burner when we went on the Smokers Club tour. You know what I'm saying? We did. He always had me out on the Smokers Club tour, smoking with everybody on the sets and shit like that. Cousin Todd was the man. He introduced me to Burner. I want to send my support to Burner. I hope we all do. I know he's going through some things, but it looks like he's still leading and living a beautiful life. And we do support cookies. But until I get that endorsement, hint, hint, Burner, till I get that endorsement, because I'm the blogger that be talking about cookies. You know what I mean? I'll be talking. Right now, we're on the Irish Cannonball, though, tonight, man. Irish Cannonball. Yep. So Freekey Zekey basically put the whole story out there, you guys. The whole story of when he got brought in, the whole story of when he did what he did with Artie, who apparently he had met during the Rockefeller days. But yeah, you guys, that's that topic. Kind of heavy for me to speak on it because Freekey Zekey was my first interview, but I'm not on here saying Freekey Zekey is a snitch whatsoever. You know what I mean? Freekey Zekey just tried to pull an alley oop. You know what I mean? He tried to pull the oopty. You know what I'm saying? He pulled a good one too. I'm not gonna lie. You know what I mean? Because he had such a big wave coming with Dipset that he needed to stay there. You know what I mean? It was sort of like when Tony Yayo was on the run. You know what I mean? It was like when Yayo was on the run, but he didn't want to go to jail so bad. He didn't want to go to jail so damn bad because he was in the middle of the G Unit run where 50 was just starting to take off and he was around Dr. Dre and Eminem. Well, Iceberg, tonight we're not on the cookies, bro. Oh, but I do got some cookies right here on deck. I got the apples and bananas right here on deck. But this Irish Cannonball, bro, it's got me in a whole nother zone. I'm loving it, man. Braz says Wack is a wannabe Suge on Clubhouse. Well, bro, not gonna say Wack is ever gonna hear me defending his name, but I think Wack is not a wannabe Suge. Wack is actually in a similar position that Suge was in now. When Wack 100 gets his imprint involved in a project, that project's stock goes up. That project's stock goes up. Just being 100% real with you, man. Not saying Wack ever hears a blogger showing him love. You know what I mean? But I'm just going to be real. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Khaled says, put out that first interview of you and Freekey. It's on World Star still, bro. It's on World Star still, man. Safi Youssef says 50 is a hustler. Jay Wavy word, Mikey T salute, bro. Yeah, this joint is good, bro. Irish Cannonball, it's actually 23%. It's got an amazing taste to it. And that's why I think Burner's gonna have to send over the care package, you know what I mean, or just send me up to the cookies store, however we're gonna do it, and I could be a true endorser of the cookies brand. But I'm still waiting on that notice from Bel Air so I can become an official Bel Air boy, an official Bel Air blogger. Soon enough, they'll tap in, they'll see what we're doing, man. We ain't gonna rush anybody. You know what I mean? We ain't going to rush anybody. You don't get nowhere by rushing everybody. We're going to take our sweet time and we're going to kick in the door. You know what I'm saying? Game wrote that. What up, gangsta? Oh, shit. Y'all want to talk about that? Y'all want to talk about what up, blood? What up, cuz? So Wack said, I heard so much game music. It's game music to me. Now, Game was asked this on Clubhouse. Found it odd that Game actually jumped on the Clubhouse with Wack. So now we've got Wack and Game on Clubhouse. Now we've got Wack and Freekey Zekey on Clubhouse. Who's Wack going to be on Clubhouse with next? I know Wack be all over the Clubhouse with my guy Big Chuck, but now he's starting to step in there with rappers. Very interesting. And shout out to my brother Big Chuck. You know, Chuck messes with me heavy, man. Let me see. Lone Wolf TV says Game is a better rapper, but 50 is a better artist. Game is a better rapper, but 50 is a better artist. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think we're gonna have to change the poll. 50 Cent definitely dominated that poll, you guys. 50 Cent definitely dominated that poll. I'm gonna ask a new poll. I'm gonna ask a new poll for you guys. I got a new poll coming up, and it's in regard to the game. I'm bringing this poll up right now, you guys. I want everybody to vote in this poll. We're going to get into it, capital third letter, but I want everybody to vote in this poll, you guys. Who the better manager for the game? Who was the better manager for the game, you guys? Who do you guys think was the better manager for the game? I want everybody to vote in this poll. Was it Jimmy Henchman? Was it Jimmy Roseman, who's currently locked up? You know, Jimmy Henchman managed a bunch of artists. He was actually working with the game during his time with G Unit when he first started working with 50. Or was Wack 100 a better manager for the game? Major salute Akil all the way from Trinidad and Tobago. Major salute. And congrats to Bangum Smurf as well. Bangum Smurf just had a new child. I don't think Smurf heard it, but I had said his son TJ's music was whack, but I was bullshitting when I said that, you guys. TJ obviously had good music. You know, TJ I was actually just, you know, defending his pops. Ty Banks, Bangum Smurf's son who raps, was defending his pops, and he said, "Screw you, Mikey T," out of nowhere. You know what I mean? So I was like, yo, man, your music sucks, but I don't think Smurf heard it when I said, like, yo, bro, I was capping when I said your son's music sucked, bro. I was just saying that because he was dissing me, and I was like, yo, your music sucks. You know what I mean? He was sending shots. But anyways, I just want to say that congrats to Bangum Smurf on having a new child. You know what I'm saying? Because you can let shit go under the bridge, water go under the bridge and shit like that. That's right. Congrats, Smurf. And look, Shelton says, in regard to the poll, everybody, what has Wack really done for the game? Well, bro, I can be honest with you, man. The game has dropped about 4 or 5 albums on E1, and that is in credit to Wack. That's in credit to Wack. But let's be honest. When the game finished his deal with Interscope, he should have went on and signed with Def Jam. He should have went on and signed with Epic Records. He should have signed with one of the biggest record labels in the game when he was done with Interscope. Why did he sign with E1? What a BS idea. Whose idea was that? If my name was added to this poll, who was the best manager for the game? Jimmy Henchman, Wack 100, or Mikey T, the movie star? I would have brought the game to Def Jam Or I would have brought him to Epic, where that was the biggest label at the time. Who would have taken the game, who was just coming off being the biggest artist, to an independent like that? Like, I understand they're trying to make the most off of every album, but I just don't think it was smart, man. I just don't think it was smart. Right now, the game could be going independent. He needed another major run after that. Appreciate you, Elijah. Mikey T, I salute you. Enough respect. The game isn't on 50's level, so he just needs to stop it. Yeah, the game said some shit, man. The game's quote tonight, you guys, was actually the last time you did this with me in regard to 50 Cent interacting with the game. The last time you did this with me, G Unit Clothing got put in a casket with the entire group. You went into television. I like power and shit. Leave it alone. I'm back outside. You're back outside, man. Come on, dude. Please just stay in Calabasas, bro. If you have the opportunity to live in Calabasas, I would recommend you stay outside in Calabasas. Oh, yeah. Wack just knocked out Stitches, which is something he did for the game, right, Corvus? That's something he did for the game because Stitches was riding around Club Story in Miami. I think we all remember it, filming on his story. Yo, the game is afraid. The game is afraid. The game is afraid to come out of the nightclub. Uh, nah, the game is in the club popping bottles in the nightclub, Stitches. You know what I mean? Maybe you should have pulled the little Dirk where you went inside of the club and went in there and showed him that you were a man rather than spitting on his whip and waiting for him to get outside. So that's something that the game did. Now, Jimmy Henchman took the game in a wrong way as well. It's rumored that Jimmy Henchman is the whole reason that the game started beefing with 50 Cent. You know what I mean? It's rumored that he's the whole reason that beef started because there were issues with 50 and Jimmy Henchman, which is complete bullshit. Like, you guys ruined the Beatles. You know what I mean? And you really ruined it for guys like Buck and Yayo and Banks, I guess, too, because Banks just never followed up his first album. Elijah, we're going to get into that. The Game didn't write that What Up Gangsta. 50 wrote that song before he met Game. Shab Money confirmed it. Elijah, that is facts. A lot of people have actually confirmed it. But I can say the Game is not lying about a couple of his statements. The Game is not lying about the fact that he was around at the tail end of the recording of Get Rich or Die Trying, and he's not lying that he was around during the recording of Beg for Mercy. He's not lying about that, bro. I can say that because Bangum Smurf actually told me in an interview that he met the Game. So if he was around, that means it was around those years. Ooh, Zach Vargas. I appreciate you coming in with this comment, bro. Even though it's making me waste my weed smoke. And you know I love that weed smoke, especially when it gets down to the end of the blunt. He said Jay-Z was running Def Jam back then. He wouldn't have allowed Game to sign there after Game was internationally talking shit. Yeah, you're right, bro. Yep, you are 100% right. Jay-Z and the Game, they didn't have an all-out war in hip-hop, but the Game was continuously trying to bait Jay-Z in. Why? Because if he could have got a war with Jay-Z and did something along the lines of what he did to G Unit, my God. But Jay-Z never bit, right, y'all? Jay-Z actually never bit on that Game beef. Colossal the Don in the building. Appreciate you for tapping in, bro. Lone Wolf. There were rumors, Lone Wolf TV, about the Game going to Cash Money, but the Game never actually signed the paperwork, I guess. I mean, there were even chains made for the Game to go to Cash Money, apparently, but he never signed. And let's be honest, when DJ Khaled went over to Cash Money, his career kind of plummeted. So I don't know if that would have been smart for the game to go with Cash Money. He needed a formidable label, somebody with good distribution. Well, more than good distribution, somebody that was going to put up marketing dollars to actually promote the album and shit. The album that Khaled did on Cash Money was I Changed a Lot, and I believe that did about 9,000 copies first week, you guys. So let's get into it, man, because this is what set it all off. The game being asked about the comparison of Snoop and Jay-Z and the comparison of him and 50 Cent. Legendary wonders if the game's new album Drillmatic is going to do any numbers. Well, they're getting started, man. Yo, Robert Davis, what's poppin', man? New Haven, Connecticut, checking in for the first time. My name is Mikey T, the movie star, bro. I'm from Connecticut myself, and I definitely appreciate you tapping into the show. Be sure to drop a comment in the chat box, hit that like button as well, and interact with everybody, myself included, man. Salute to you, man. Elijah, appreciate you agreeing with me, man. You know, I come on here and I try to speak the facts to my knowledge, you know what I mean, to what I've witnessed and what I've been a part of, you know what I'm saying? Nah, bros. I think what kept the game away from the Super Bowl, bras, is the simple fact that the record he would have performed would have had to been with 50 Cent, right? Even the game went on Drink Champs, which isn't a part of my notes here, but the game went on Drink Champs, and Nori, salute my brother Nori, um, he Nori asked him, Nori was like, yo, if you got to perform at the Super Bowl, what record would you have done? Like, seriously, he asked him. And the game was like 300 bars. And Nordy and FEFN, everybody started cracking up, man. So he would have got a little minute. He would have got a little minute to do like, how many bars do you guys think the game could have got out in 1 minute? You know what I mean? He would have be able to get out a few bars. But then the game came back to reality, y'all. The game came back to reality, you all. And he said that it would have been Hate It or Love It or How We Do. And I'm going to be honest with you, man. I don't know if either of those records would have fit the tone of the Super Bowl, man. Come on. Come on, man. I bet you a lot of people in that crowd would have been straight up annoyed if the game would have came on there performing How We Do. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. That's so cookie cutter. Please. We want original music there or music that we love. I might get a lot of hate for that, saying that How We Do would have bombed at the Super Bowl. Just my opinion, you guys. Just my opinion. You think that would have worked? Iceberg? So let's get into it here because Game was asked, he was like, this guy on Clubhouse was like, Snoop was asked about doing a versus. Was he going to do it with Jay? But since Jay wrote a few of Snoop's biggest records, you know, I'm not denying your pen, but at the same time, would that be the same situation with 50 Cent? So the Game was asked, would he have an issue doing a versus with 50 Cent because of the fact that he actually penned a few of his biggest hits? You know, the issue with that, a lot of people say, is you can't even use those records because the guy you're going against, you can't use those records against that guy because he wrote them for you. Those are technically his records. So how much of a victory does that really give you in that round? You know, now if the Game was going against somebody else that wasn't 50 Cent, it would be more considerable for him to use Hate It or Love It or for him to use How We Do. But being the fact that he's going up against the other guy who did the songs, to a certain extent, it's not going to work out. You know, that's how a lot of people feel. A lot of people are just F that. I want to see 50 Cent in the Game. You know, some people, but all right, so that's a good one. I'm going to end this poll. I got a good poll we're going to do right now, you guys. So it looks like Jimmy Henchman's got the victory over Wack 100. I'm going to do one more poll tonight, and it's going to be what verses would you guys rather see? It's going to be what versus battle would y'all rather see, man? This is going to be a good one. All right, y'all. I got it up, man. I got it up, man. I want to know, what verses would you guys rather see? What verses would you guys rather see? 50 Cent versus The Game or 50 Cent versus Ja Rule? What's the verses that you guys would want to see? I want to know right now. So The Game spoke on 50 Cent writing for him, y'all. Since you guys wanted me to go back on this topic, we're going to read it. 50 Cent wrote what you heard him write and what you heard him say on the record. When you heard 50 Cent rap on the documentary, that's what he wrote. He didn't write shit for me. I wrote 300 bars. Was 50 there? So Wack said, I'm going to speak on something that bro doesn't be speaking on. Wack went into one of the most known records that 50 Cent song, one of the most known 50 Cent songs. You know, it's the first thing that we heard on Get Rich or Die Trying after the $50 drops on the table. What up, cuz? What up, blood? What up, gangsta? Who do you think wrote that? Wack is talking about the song on Get Rich or Die Trying, guys. So Wack is pretty much saying that he wrote those epic lines, those iconic lines when 50 Cent would come out at literally every show. Every show, G Unit would use What's Up Gangsta to get the crowd hype. That was literally their go-to, whether it was Buck, Banks, or Yayo. They would always start with that record. These are some of the first lines, not the very first lines. These are not the very first lines you hear in the song, but they're some of the very first lines heard on the Get Rich or Die Trying album, you guys. So I think they have a credible claim if they're saying here that they provided some lyrics for this album, being that how iconic the lyrics are, how much they've used them while touring, also the placement on the record. These are almost the first lyrics that you hear on the second track on Get Rich or Die Trying, y'all. Hold on, let me fact check that. I was patiently waiting is track number 3. Yes, What's Up Gangsta? What's Up Gangsta? Let's see who's credited writing that. Yeah, I don't see The Game. The Game has no credit on this. The Game has no credit on this album. Rob Too Low does, though. Who I'm going to follow right now, actually. Yep. M1 Entertainment, what's poppin' with you? How you been, brother? Jay's Gaming Channel says 50 Cent wrote it. Jay's Gaming says, do you believe that that Game wrote it? You know, I think it's the most obvious lyrics to kind of say. You know, I don't think any of us would have really thought that back in the day. You know what I mean? That the Game had wrote for 50 Cent. You know what I mean? It's a little bit different when, it's a little bit different to digest that because for the last 20 years, we've been hearing the story that 50 Cent wrote for the Game. And now they're totally flipping the script on us, you guys. So the Game said, the thing about it is, all the things I assisted my pen with on Aftermath Records, from Dr. Dre Records to being in there on the G Unit albums, being in there right on the middle to the tail end of Get Rich or Die Trying, I never say that I wrote the song because I don't give a F. So the Game right here is saying that he was there on the G Unit albums, the G Unit album being in there right in the middle to the tail end of Get Rich or Die Trying. Now, we do know that the Game was mentioned on Beg for Mercy, you guys. So he's not lying about that. The Game is not lying about the timeline in this thing, y'all. Hell yeah, you already know, smoking that gas like always. I think I got to actually get a pre-roll. I think I got to get a pre-roll going right here. Yep, that's true. That's true. Jay's Gaming says Game couldn't even make a hit, bro. Jimmy Iovine was about to cut him, and 50 saved him. Well, yeah, the game was about to be much like other Dr. Dre products. You know what I mean? Projects, I should say, not products, because a lot of those projects never became products that sold on the shelf. You know, a lot of Dr. Dre's projects ended up actually, for lack of a better term, shelved. You know what I mean? Not on a actual shelf at the store, but shelved in the studio. You know, and it's sad to say a lot of those projects that we waited for, that we anticipated, even sometimes they would get write-ups about them, even in the likes of the Source or Double XL magazine, and sometimes we never saw it and shit. Even though we would get write-ups like it's anticipated, it's coming and shit like that. I remember that on a lot of albums though back in the day. It would be like a lot of those Murder Inc. album back in the day, they would have like all types of coming soons, and then a lot of those coming soons would never happen. Capital third letter, yeah. Cats will add a line or two and say they wrote the song. Cats will add a line, yo, say blood. Say blood. Yo, say cuz. Say cuz. Okay, now you wrote the song. Okay. So now you wrote the song because you put up "What Up Blood," "What Up Cuz." That's like the one dude when Drake made the song started from the bottom, and then I think like Future had an interview and Future said he was like, "That's what I say all the time when I go into the studio to record my song, start from the bottom." Yo, bro, like, come on, that doesn't mean you should get a writing credit on started from the bottom. You know what I'm saying? Like, just because you told somebody to say "What up, blood," what up, cuz," you know what I mean? Like, but that became iconic. You know what I mean? Like, what if 50 was on there? What up, B? What's another new one? What's another? What up, G's? What up, B? What up, G's? What up, gangsta? And then Game's like, yo, hold up, fifth. Hold up, fifth. Say what up, blood. We're in Cali. Say what up, cuz. Don't say what up, B. Don't say what up, G's. You sure, man? G's is pretty good. Nah, say what up, cuz. Say cuz. You're in Cali right now, man. Dre will really like that shit. Probably how it went. Something like that, you guys. So it's safe to say if 50 didn't have that Cali influence. So it's safe to say if 50 didn't have that Cali influence, he wouldn't have said blood or cuz. But you know what, man? I was listening to another 50 song, and 50 actually used some West Coast terminology, you know? Like, so to honestly say that 50 Cent couldn't come up with cuz on his own, that's really discrediting 50 Cent as a writer, because the way that 50 Cent wrote back then, like the way that he did his albums, he did something for each one of the listeners. He would do something for the muscleheads, he would do something for the smokers, for the gangsters, for the women. You know what I mean? 50 Cent knows how to go after every single category. You know what I'm saying? He knows how to do something for the smokers, even though he doesn't smoke like that, which means he knows how to embrace the West Coast. So I'm really just trying to pick this whole thing apart. It comes as totally foreign to me that the game's actually saying, yeah, high all the time. You know what I mean? It's really foreign to me that after all this time, the game or Wack 100 more so are going to take credit for this record, or not take credit for it, but just say they wrote, you know? Um, And Game actually continued on. He took a few shots at the other G Unit guys who may not be hitting chart topping records right now. He said, Game continued, if it's about writing shit and staying on point with your pen, it's been 20 years. And there are certain people I was rapping with, G Unit, G Unit. I'm here right now with a song on the top. I'm right now with a song on the top of Billboard right now. Like right now, I came out in 2003. So the Game right there taking shots at the other G Unit guys. I mean, come on, Game. We weren't taking shots at you when Banks was coming out with Beamer, Benz, or Bentley. You know what I mean? And to my knowledge, Besides that one song he had with that whole group, you know, Game has had a couple of melodies with the whole groups and shit. Jojo the Don says Game was the little homie back then. 50 was on another level. Let me see. So yeah, this is so like I said, it's a little bit weird that Game is just bringing this up after so many years. It's also weird that the Game is bringing this up after all the years that the general public actually looked at 50 Cent as the creator of the game, you know, creating his two biggest hits. So, like I said, it's kind of foreign to us as listeners. So, the Game was asked about his best albums, The Doctor's Advocate, the documentary, Jesus Piece, the documentary 2, and Born to Rap were his top 5 albums. He said Drillmatic is going to kill all of that. And he said it's in that order. And he said it's in the order that it should be in. Right there, The Doctor's Advocate, ahead of the documentary. One second. My bro Rosewood wants to join the live. Definitely want to get his opinion on this. You know what I'm saying? Jay says Doctor's Advocate sonically is his best album. You know, this is what I want to talk about before we get back to that other shit. Kendall Parks, what's up? Nah, I don't remember. I mean, I remember hearing it, but I don't remember it off the top of my head, to be honest with you. Capital third letter C says, I think it's going to be a dope album in reference to Drillmatic. Well, they're drumming up a lot of, you know, controversy around it. They're drumming up a lot of music. Obviously, the Kanye West assisted single, I don't think it's the best music video. $50 brought game people that people forgot. So I got a poll up right now. Who voted in the poll, man? I want to know. Who do you guys want to see? What's the battle that you guys want to see? 50 Cent versus the Game, or would you rather see 50 Cent versus Ja Rule? If you could see it, if you could actually see it, which battle would you rather see? Which verses would you rather see, y'all? Scotty P says, Game, vote on it, y'all. Hit the vote in the poll. It's a new feature that we're doing on the live chats. It's a new feature here on the live chats. We have a polling system now, you guys, that everyone can vote in. Let me see. Jay's Gaming says 50 Cent gave the game that look, bro. The hottest group, and the best artist in the game at the time. Jojo the Don says 50 Cent and Ja Rule. Well, right now, 50 Cent and Ja Rule is definitely leading. Jay, Fat Joe's career is still going pretty good, bro. I got to disagree with you, man. Fat Joe's career is actually still going pretty good. Let me bring my notes back. Let me bring my notes back up to the top here. Actually, no, I'm sure Rosewood is going to want to comment on that, actually. I'm sure Rosewood is going to want to comment on that. So I'm going to leave it at this point right here so we can talk about the what up, blood, what up, cuz. You know what I'm saying? Because that's one of the biggest things going around right now. The fact that they're saying that the game actually wrote for 50 Cent. And now the game is going on record and saying that he put an end to G Unit. He's saying that he put G Unit in the casket, you guys. I'm about to have to ask everybody in the chat, do you think the game is the one who ended G Unit? Brad says, I would rather see 50 and Ja box. Murder Inc. Did I say that good? Colossal the Don. Murder Inc. 50 wrote for the game. See, that's JoJo. That's been the whole, you know what I mean? Narrative for the past 15 years that 50 Cent was the one who actually wrote for the game. 50 Cent wrote Hate It or Love It. 50 Cent wrote How We Do. I even heard that, I guess it was probably Nate Dogg who wrote Special, right? That was one of the other ones that I actually liked from the game, that Special. Yeah. Yeah, not so much the album, bro. Fat Joe's last two albums, Plataplomos and what was it the last one called with him and Dre from Cool and Dre? Was it called For the Family, With the Family or something like that? Those albums, not so much, but he did have some good singles with them. Yeah, Nate Dogg was the greatest of all time, man, when it came to that. When it came to that soulful shit, you know what I mean? Maybe, Nate Dogg and I can't not say my brother Max B. You know what I mean? I wake up every morning and roll me a blunt. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that is some good shit too, just like Nate Dogg shit. Let me Since I met you last night, baby. You know what I mean? Classic shit like that you can just remember forever. It's just a part of your life. Before you opened up, yo, I had a respect for you, lady. Now I take it all back, 'cause you gave me all you. Put your number on the cabinet. And I promise, baby. All right. So Game did some light damage to G Unit at best. And no, you was not responsible for the death of G Unit clothing either. The brand died because it was trashed rightfully. So you can't claim that. Oh God. Oh God, Iceberg. Iceberg letting them have it. I thought Iceberg was going in on me on that one real quick. I thought Iceberg was about to be like, and no, Mikey T. Mikey T, you did not end G Unit. Stop saying you ended G Unit, Mikey T. I do kind of take claim for that, though. You know what I'm saying? I do kind of take claim for that. You know what I mean? Because when I was rocking with Bang'em Smurf, we was rocking with Ross. A lot of the MMG guys weren't really doing that much. Well, it was really Gunplay, Ross, Bang'em Smurf, myself, putting in that work. You know what I'm saying? After the game really riddled that shit. The game riddled that shit. Like if it was a wall, that shit was ready to bust. And we all just, poof, the second coming of Bang'em Smurf going at 50 Cent, we destroyed that shit, man. We even did some shit with Fredro Starr. You know what I mean? We even recreated the video that 50 Cent did. You guys remember how 50 Cent said, oh, the only thing that's going to be good for Ja Rule is that he's rich, is that he'll have flowers, you know what I mean, at his funeral. We recreated that whole video. I don't know if you guys don't remember seeing that, but Smurf and I recreated that whole video where we basically flipped it and we put 50 in Ja Rule's position. And that shit was on World Star. We kept on going at them dudes, man. We put out videos with even Feed the Wolves artists dissing Maserati Fox and shit that did like 100,000, 75,000 views on Forbes DVD. We were putting in work, man. That's why I say I'm one of the people that's responsible for taking G Unit out back in the day, man. 50 want to leave me out in the cold? You know what I'm saying? I see why. It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. But then it's not like I signed up with Rick Ross or anything. It's not like I really got a deal with Rick Ross after that. I'm independent though, baby. I'm waiting for my deal. You can see what I can do from down here in the mud We can compete with empires all the way up here in the sky. You know what I'm saying? We good. Let me see. But now let's get back to this, guys. My bad. M1 Entertainment says he had some ungrateful camp with him. I still don't know why he got rid of Kid Kid though. What happened with him? Uh, I don't think he got rid of Kid Kid. I think Kid Kid just they parted ways when Kid Kid actually, when Kid Kid saw that they weren't really promoting his music to the full extent. You know what I'm saying? So Kid Kid and them parted ways. I don't think it was more of 50 kicking him out of the group or anything. Yep, exactly, Colossal the Don. As soon as the game comes out with this whole statement of the last time you did this with me, the G Unit clothing got put in a casket. Now 50 cents selling the tank tops. I was about to come on here tonight. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. I was about to come on here tonight with a G Unit tank top, but I decided to leave it. I decided to leave it in the closet. Yep. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. I got the Mikey T, the movie star edition. It actually says Mikey T on it and shit. Right there down the strip. You know what I'm saying? Iceberg's like Mike. The strip is like that. Curtis. Capital third letter C says it was pretty much a wrap when Kid Kid came in. Bad timing. In regard to Kid Kid coming in at that time, like I've said about Young Buck in the past, like I don't know why Young Buck would sign a deal with 50 for another solo album. Like I could completely see why he would sign for a G Unit album. You know what I mean? I can completely see why he would sign for a G Unit album, but in all reality, it's like, yo, your last contract didn't work out with them on the solo tip. Do the G Unit album and then go sign a solo deal somewhere else with the buzz that you build off of the G Unit collaboration. Buck just kind of got, messed up with it. But Braz says Mob Deep and MOP didn't do well on G Unit either. Well, from what I had heard or read, MOP first, let's go with MOP. MOP was able to clean out a lot of their debts, I guess, if they had debts or something, maybe from O and other labels or something. I don't really know. They were coming over from Rockefeller. I do remember. Pretty much the same thing happened over at the Rock with them, except I want to say on G Unit they had more of an ability to tour. 50 Cent actually did put them on a couple of projects. They were on the movie soundtrack. They were actually, yeah, they were on the movie soundtrack. Their song was in the movie. So he did a few things for MOP, but you're right. They didn't get to drop their album. If anybody could tell me what the MOP album was going to be called on G Unit, if you ever heard of it, let me know. You know what I mean? Make it into a little piece of paper, write the name on it, and blur it out, and then sell it as an NFT or something like that. You know what I'm saying? And MOP and Mob Deep on G Unit actually Mob Deep on G Unit, yeah, their album only sold about 110,000 copies first week. I was a little bit disappointed the way that they did the rollout with the G Unit album. If you all remember, they actually had a song called Have a Party with Mob Deep, 50 Cent, and Mob Deep, 50 Cent, and Nate Dogg. Yeah. And they also had another record called the Out of Control remix. And both of these records were released way before the Blood Money album. I feel like they ruined a lot of the promotional budget by releasing those albums so quick when those could have been used for the Blood Money album. And then we were left with Put Them in Their Place. And those really should have been all three singles for that Blood Money album. But like I've said before, I'm not an A&R. You know what I mean? They don't pay me to be an A&R. You know what I'm saying? I really don't get it. I mean, it's like it must be like the whole thing. If like a tree falls and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound or something like that? But I know a lot of you guys in here watching are, you're like, damn, that actually doesn't sound half bad. Braz says Mobb Deep's album went double copper. Well, they probably went about gold, bro. They probably went about 300,000 or 400,000 records sold, man. M1 says Cameron made the name Curtis sound so funny. I think he's the only one who gave it back to Fifth. Well, Ross gave it back to him, making jokes about signing artists from his camp, making jokes in general about how 50 wasn't as rich as him anymore. The game just went at everybody. Ja Rule and Irv Gotti just tried to prove that he was soft. Let me see. What else? What else? Fat Joe just said that he would beat him up. You know what I mean? Fat Joe was like, yo, I'm just going to beat your ass. Jadakiss out-lyriced him. You know what I mean? Jadakiss and Styles P really came at him and really put some huge dents in 50 Cent based on what they did with Miss Jackson and the Checkmate freestyle and all them records and shit. Yep, exactly. The Get Rich or Die Trying soundtrack actually, it went platinum. I didn't really. Yeah, it sold like 340,000 units first week. It did well. Ah, yes. Finally, Rosewood is here. Ross matched 50's energy. Rosewood, let me know when you're good. All right, cool. Rosewood.
Mikey T, what up, my guy?
Yo, can you turn the light up a little bit?
Yeah, let me see if there's another light. Matter of fact, yeah, let me get the
Is
light
it
real
your
quick.
phone or are you on
No,
a computer?
no, I'm on the computer. It's just the lighting in the studio. We just got finished doing the show.
Maybe it's just me. Let me turn my light up.
No, it's my John. I'm about to get the other light for you real quick.
Cool, cool. Ross didn't beat 50. Yeah, I got a couple things I want to ask you though. I kept it here so we could talk about it in order. Rosewood's gonna get situated. Damn, Braz. You heard me though, Braz. I took it back. I said they probably sold more like 3 or 400,000. You know what I'm saying? Dublin's in the building. Yep, Rosewood is tapping in with us tonight. Just getting done with the show. He told me with Petey Crack, apparently. Salute Petey Crack. Officer down. Officer down. Are you talking about the Lloyd Banks song, Officer Down? Blood Money sold 257,000. They did 110K first week, so they did 110K first week. So honestly, I would have thought they would have moved a little bit more than a little quarter million. Yeah, the Officer Down. I believe that sold a few units too. Yeah, JoJo. I love both of those guys too, man, for different reasons. 50, obviously a very classic rapper. Ross, I like him a little bit more for his lyricism and shit. 50, obviously, for the songs. I mean, does Rick Ross have a good as song as Just a Little Bit? You know what I mean? I don't think 50 Cent has, I don't think Rick Ross even has a song that's as good as Just a Little Bit. Actually, I'm tripping. Maybe some of his album cuts like 9/11 or like Amsterdam, maybe they're better than Just a Little Bit. But I'm talking about a major mainstream record. You know what I mean? Super High isn't better than Just a Little Bit. Let me think. I don't even I'm gonna even go as far to say that Hustling is not better than Hustling is not better than Just a Little Bit. Maybe I'm tripping when I say that. Maybe I'm tripping when I say that, you guys. I agree. Mikey, who do you think is the better rapper, 50 Cent or The Game? I think it's obvious. Well, no, it's not obvious. It's not obvious, bro. Um, because you could just say 50 Cent, but that wouldn't be right because The Game is a beast when it comes to lyrics. But I'm going to take it a little bit back further to answer that question because I like the way 50 Cent rapped with G Unit and I like the way that he rapped on Power of the Dollar. You know what I mean? The way he rapped before he got shot. And The Game, on his first album I heard him on, he was rapping about so many other people. It was just weird. Like after I bought the documentary and he was just rapping about all those people on the album, I was a little bit turned off by that. I was like, dude, really? Can you just give me some freaking stories here? I don't want to hear you shouting out every single freaking rapper. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why dude said that sonically the Doctor's Advocate is a little bit better. You tripping on that one, hashtag Ross. I like 50 and Ross, bro, but I think Ross's lyrical delivery is really, really great. Like it's one of my favorites, Barn. You know what I mean? Well, numbers. You got to remember, Animal Ambition from 50 Cent actually sold like 50,000 units. You guys got to remember, Animal Ambition sold like 50,000 units. The Game's last albums have sold more than that. Like the documentary 2. I think even the documentary 2.5 sold more than that, or just about the same. 50's originality kept him in the game. Flax Elijah. Appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. We is lit tonight in the live. Everybody's dropping some comments. What songs on that album? Which album, brother? Yo, all right, so let's see what's going on in the poll. If you guys haven't voted in the poll, we only got 41 votes in the poll, you guys. We got 100 people in here, you guys. We have 100 people in here right now. We got 40 votes in the poll. I want y'all to vote in this poll because I know you're interested in it. Versus 50 Cent versus Ja Rule or 50 Cent versus The Game. Which one would you rather see? Nah, that doesn't make sense, man. He signed them because he was interested in giving them a light. You know, those were legendary talents that he was interested in, like Mace. You know what I'm saying? He was interested in that. Mobb Deep, him and Prodigy, you know, became great friends. And MOP, man, if it could have been done right, it would have been amazing. If it could have been done right, it would have been done amazing. Yo, what is good? Bushwick. Bushwick, what's popping? Joe Bob in the building. What's popping with you, man?
Salute everybody in the chat.
Rosewood is back.
You know, like I never left. Mikey T was good, my J.
Rosewood. So the question I want to ask you right now, it's in the poll. Which verses would you rather see? 50 Cent versus The Game or 50 Cent versus Ja Rule? Everybody vote in the poll right now before Rosewood lets you know his thoughts.
Yeah, everybody vote in the poll. Definitely, Mikey T. Like you said, it's 100 people in here, man. Come on, man. Let's get that poll up. I even voted in the poll. Lone Wolf TV, what up, my J? I even voted in the poll.
Voted.
Yeah, I voted. Definitely.
Or did you vote in the earlier poll, Wack 100 or Jimmy Henchman?
No, I didn't. I missed that one. We still had this show going on, but I did get the last one with
and
the
who
verses.
won the beef? Who won the overall battle? 50 Cent versus Game. It was overwhelming, man. It was 81% 50 Cent, 19% for The Game, with over 130 votes.
Wow, I would have thought it would have been a little bit closer. I thought it would have been a little bit closer.
This one's pretty close, though. 50 Cent versus The Game is at 40%, and 50 Cent versus Ja Rule is at 60%. Is that pretty much what you thought it should be?
Yeah. That's pretty. That's right. The first one though, like 50 versus The Game, I thought it would be a little bit more closer, just because
that was a shutout.
Just because Game brought the G Unite campaign, and that G Unite campaign, and I heard you. I think you asked the question earlier, or you might have brought it up. The Game might have brought it up. The he in G Unit or whatever like that. He was one of the leading factors for G Unit taking the L, or like fault taking a decline or whatever like that. They had the other little situations, but with him doing that G Unite, it was so catchy. And I don't know if anybody remember the video definitely is took it down off YouTube. If you can find that video on YouTube, good luck. But there's a video where Game is in Southside Jamaica, Queens, and he's debuting a G Unit poster. It's a poster on the side of a building. So think of the length of a building, and you have a black and red poster saying G Unit in his hood, like
So,
that.
Rosewood, I know you've heard about this. I know you've heard about this. You know, the narrative for the last 20 years has been that 50 Cent wrote for the game, right?
Hmm.
That's what the
Hmm.
narrative has been for the last 18 years. But
Right.
now Whack 100 has spun the narrative, Rosewood. Now he's brought up, he brought it up. He said it. He said, "What up, blood? What up, cuz? What up, gangsta?" Who do you think wrote that? He's saying the game wrote that for 50 Cent, man. The
I
words cuz, the word blood, it's almost believable.
No, I could now look, Mikey T. I could believe that because 50 Cent at that time he was trying to like merge with the Cali sound because he's rocking with Dre, so he can really And then when you in the studio, both of them they're both bouncing ideas off each other to make a banging project. So yes, 50 contribute to it and wrote say hooks, say Game came up with ideas and concepts for certain songs or whatever that 50 would do. Is back and forth. At that time, they both were cool. They both rocking out. They're both making the best music possible. So I could definitely see Game doing that. And another reason why I say that because if you listen to 50 earlier music before Get Rich or Die Trying, where he's what Power of a Dollar and all those G Unit mixtapes, he tell you he say ain't no Bloods and Crips in New York, or he like ain't no Blood and Crip. I'm starting my own gang. So he wasn't saying no cuz or no nothing like that. He was all for no gangs in New York. So he had to, adopt that from somebody from the West Coast, which was Game at the time, because they was
Now,
making music.
Now, Rosewood, one of the things that make this so big is how what this, this became their salute. You know what I mean? This became what G Unit would do at the beginning of all their songs. You know what I mean? Or their performances, I mean.
Facts. Hmm.
All of them would come out there, reciting this shit, and it would amp the crowd up back in the
Hmm.
day and shit. And another thing, this was one of the first things you heard on the Get Rich or Die Trying album after the quarter, the infamous the half a dollar
Yeah.
dropping. It wasn't
Hmm.
the exact first lyrics, but what up, blood, what up, cuz was one of the first things that you heard on 50 Cent's album, man.
Yeah, and the beat. You can't forget that beat. That what up blood, what up cuz with that beat after that when it dropped, it hits so hard. And it's like it's going to be in your brain forever. So, like I said, I think they both were contributing to the music, Game and 50 Cent. 50 Cent contributing Game music, Game contributed to 50 Cent music. I don't think he ever just put it out there like that. I guess he does let people just assume that, 50 did everything. Because we look at it like, well, 50 did the majority of it, and that's the knock they give the Game. First album, 50 wrote everything on there.
All right, so Rosewood, we've heard the game diss 50 Cent in just about any fashion he has been able to.
True.
300 bars, 240 bars, 120 bars. I mean, that's 660 bars right there. You
Right.
know what I mean? Or is it
Right.
560 bars? You know,
A lot.
three, four,
It's a
five. No,
lot.
it's 660 bars. Don't you
Yeah.
think the game would have mentioned that he did that?
I think the Game has so much other stuff that he could bring up that was something that he's like, all right, I don't need to bring that up. Or I think for real, it might have been on some Game. Might have been like, look, it's an industry secret. Everybody don't need to know, and I'm not going to respond to 50 saying he did everything, you know. And I think he does have a lot more to say.
So the game said that he got with 50 and all them at the tail end of the recording for Get Rich or Die Trying. He said
Okay.
he was around for Beg for Mercy, the G Unit album, which is evident because if you remember in Poppin' Them Things, for some reason, Now, Poppin' Them Things came out in like 2003, November of 2003. And in
Yeah.
November of 2003, we had Young Buck on Poppin' Them Things, the second single on the Beg for Mercy. It followed Stunt 101, Rosewood,
Hmm.
right? It
Yep.
was, hold on, it was Stunt 101, Poppin' Them Things, and then I Want to Get to Know You, right?
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. There you go.
I
That's
Want to
the
Get
one.
to Know You was the third. They did the
That's the
same
third.
thing
That's the third
as
one.
21 Questions.
That's the third one. No, you're right. That's the lineup.
Right.
That's the lineup right there. Bond Simmons, what up, my G? You know we working late as always. Salute.
Sorry, bro. I just got thrown off.
No, it's cool. Now I was looking at. I was going. It was somebody that left a comment.
No,
Brass
I'm just
Monk.
high. My bad.
Brass Monk. Yeah, you're right. It was a billboard, and yeah, Game did go on a campaign all over Queens. You're right. It was a billboard, not a poster that said "G you not."
Hold on. Trackmasters shelved you. Bravehearts
Bravehearts
helped
helps
you.
you.
Then everybody
Everybody
felt
felt
you.
you.
Now I gotta
God
melt
loves
you.
you.
Jadakiss, checkmate.
Yeah, yeah. One of the hardest Jones, and he did it on 50 Cent beat. He did it on the
So,
Animal beat.
so Rosewood, on Popping Them Things, Young Buck said, "You ain't a crip like Snoop. You ain't a blood like Game."
Hmm.
You know, back when he said that, man, I don't think many people knew who the Game was. What were you thinking when he said that? Because honestly, I was thinking it was a run-on lyric. I thought he was like, "You ain't a crip like Snoop. You ain't a blood like Game." I didn't know he meant Game. I thought he meant it was a blood like Game. Do you get what I'm saying
Oh,
there?
no, okay. No, I had heard a Game at that time. He was just a doctor, like a protege under Dr. Dre at the time. He didn't. He had some mixtape stuff out or whatever, and he was linking with G Unit, so to say. And that's why I knew what he was talking about. Because it was the LA connection.
Yeah, eventually I put it together, but imagine like the Game, he's genius for getting Young Buck to actually mention his name on what became the second lead single.
Yeah, but I mean, he might not did it. Young Buck might have just did it. He might have been kicking it with Game. He might have been fucking with Game. They might have been smoking or whatever like that. Took him to the hood, and now you come back to the studio after that long day of ripping and running, and you chilling with Game and doing whatever. You
Well,
throw him in
Rosewood,
there.
I think this is where the Game giving his insight on lyrics comes in. I think
Okay,
the Game could have said to Buck, he could be like, "Yo, you could give Snoop Dogg you could give the Crips and the Bloods a shout out, but also Snoop and me, and it would
true.
make me look better." You know what I'm saying? It would actually make me look better and shit. But Rosewood, you be in the studio with artists, bro. You work with Spilly and T, a label.
Hmm.
If the Game is doing minor things like telling 50 to say blood or cuz, like I had suggested, 50 could have said, "What up, B? What up, G's? What up, gangsta?" You know what I mean? But the
Hmm.
Game is like, "Nah, man, say blood, say cuz." And then
Yeah.
he goes to Buck and he says, "Yo, say you ain't a crip like Snoop, you ain't a blood like Game." Being the type of executive you are, Rosewood, do you think these type of suggestions for songs is to give somebody to say the ability, like Wack 100, to say that he wrote the songs and shit?
No, that doesn't give you the ability to wrote that say you wrote the song. You should get executive producer credit for the song, yes, because you contributed to creating the song with some of your input or whatever you gave to make the song a hit. But I won't give you writer's credit for or 100% writer's credit for the song because you didn't write the whole song. You give an input, that's executive producer's credit, or you can get some writer's credit for it, and that's looking out because it's to look out to get everybody some money. So at the
Well,
end of the day, you can't say he wrote the whole thing.
Well, I'm looking at the writer credit here for for What's Up Gangsta, and the game does not have a writer's credit on What's Up Gangsta.
See, that's what I'm saying. So if now he would have to ask for that, or 50 would have to say, "Look, I'm gonna give him some writers credit for that." But with 50 ego, he not doing that.
Bro, Rosewood, you would think if somebody suggest, but in all honesty, that you got to do it at that moment. You can't do it 3 years later
No, right,
when What's Up Gangsta has become their touring anthem.
right. You
It's
gotta do
like
it right there. You
obviously.
gotta do it right then and there. Like you said, you gotta do it right then and there. You gotta establish that or whatever. Like, can I get some writers credit for this joint or whatever you can give me for it or whatever. It don't have to be no money. It could be something on the back end like writers credit or whatever.
Or Lone Wolf TV says, or he's capping, or you got to take him to court. You know what I mean? And you
Yeah,
know,
but I don't think Game was really pressing that for real, for real. Like, I don't think he was pressing that issue for the money or for the notoriety that he actually did that. I think he does speaking his mind now or whatever. So
yeah.
really, like with Game, I don't think it really was really mad at them or whatever. I think he was looking at like, yo, this what goes on in the industry all the time.
And Rosewood, before we go any further, I think what the game is really mad about is the fact that now what Dr. Dre did with the Super Bowl, that's going to be no matter what happens in this life, you know, when all of us leave and the Martians come, that those Super Bowl history moments will be there and people will be
Facts,
like, these guys performed it. The game wasn't there performing.
facts. But I mean, I understand where Game is.
Damn it. You got some sound in the background, Rosewood. Yo, is there any way you didn't you have headphones in a little bit earlier?
Yeah, give me a second, Mikey T.
All right, bro.
To go shut the.
Let me block these webcams. Let me see. Not 50 could destroy him, but he tarnished his brand, realness, and his trolling and internet marketing. Dasiri, send that question again, bro, a little more so I can understand it. Yeah, Bond's got a point. I think if he said that when they were beefing, I think he would have said that when they were beefing if he really wrote that. Ooh. Tasiri says now Game and Black Wall Street destroyed the G Unit brand. Well, Tasiri, who is who is the Black Wall Street brand? I remember a couple guys there like your boy, Juice, Compton Menace, you know what I mean? But nothing really came of these guys that were actually, on the Black Wall Street brand. Like just to be 100% real with you, bro. People became something on the G Unit brand. Almost every single member of G Unit became something in the industry. And I'm going to ask Rosewood right now. Rosewood, is there anybody in G Unit that did not become known?
That did not become known at all.
Yes, like when people mention the Black Wall Street, like right here, one of the guys in the chat said the Black Wall Street destroyed G Unit, and I say that can't really be true because you
No.
don't really know anybody that's in the Black Wall Street. I mean, guys like your boy. I don't know if you ever heard of your boy, but I know definitely heard of Compton Menace. I don't know
Yeah.
if you've heard of Juice. You must have heard of Juice, right?
Maybe back then, but Compton Menace is the one that stands out.
What about your boy? You never heard about your boy?
No, it was only Compton Menace.
Your
That's the
boy
only
was fucking dope, man.
that's the only person I remember from Black Wall Street. But I can't say only person would be for G Unit is I think Hot Rod. That's the only person.
And Hot Rod even got a level of notoriety, Rosewood. He
Hmm.
got to do the video with Mary J. Blige.
Facts. He did get the spotlight put on him. He did
Right.
have an opportunity. So I mean, that's the only person. Everybody else pretty much, did what they had to do.
So you're saying that MOP is more famous than, well, that's a stupid question.
Uh,
MOP is obviously more famous than
all right,
Hot
bro.
Rod.
Hell yeah, man.
Yes,
Shout out Posse.
yes.
Shout out to all my niggas up in Brownsville for
Yeah,
real.
Cold as Ice, man. Are you kidding me? Like that is one of the most
Man,
classic songs. Hot
fuck
Rod.
that. That whole album, the album before that, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, the joint that was on the Belly soundtrack, you know, they got classics, man. Hot Rod, he tried. MOP, 50 Cent did that so they can get a bag.
Well, they did get a bag too, man. Like some people were saying,
That's what it's about.
someone in the chat was saying something. But let me get back up here to what we had to speak on. Oh yeah. So the game said so the game had said a few weeks ago or last week or in a snippet released from the Drink Champs interview, he said Dr. Dre, he said Ye did more for me in 2 weeks than Dr. Dre did for my entire career. And 50 Cent reacted and said, "Huh? What
Mhm.
happened here?" And I think he said that, Rosewood, because he's a little bit shocked that the game would come out of his mouth and this way about Dr. Dre. That's what I'm thinking. What are you thinking about that?
Yeah, that's what I think that's what 50 is feeling. Like, yo, is Dr. Dre this the person that put you on? But only Game and Dr. Dre know the inner workings of their relationship and definitely the inner workings of their business relationship. So I think Game is coming off saying as far as like music wise, we're giving them the song or whatever like that and doing collabing with them. You know how they say Dr. Dre is, he has a lot of other people that work in there with him, and then he comes and touch things up.
You
So
get to
he
meet a
might,
lot of people.
yeah, so he might not have been working directly with Game on a lot of things. He might send them over the beats, and then you go to a certain engineer, producer that's in there, and then Dre might come at the end and finish it up.
All
So
right.
Kanye is more hands on.
All
You
right.
know,
All right. So Kanye did more for him in 2 weeks than they release a video, Rosewood, and Kanye West isn't in the video.
right? And,
It's
and
an
it's
animation video. The game is not animated in the video, but Kanye West isn't even in the video from what.
Yeah, but with Kanye West's schedule, he wasn't going to be able to make it. I remember that video came out. Kanye West's schedule was so hectic, I forgot what he had going on. But at the time, it might have been like Fashion Week or something like that. He wasn't able to make the video shoot.
That's kind of crazy to me, man, that this guy is going to say, I mean, is there any other records that you know from Kanye West in the game? Anybody in the chat? Because I don't want to go through the game's whole catalog as you know we would do on this show. But Rosewood, besides Wouldn't Get Far, is there any other Kanye West in game tracks that you really know about?
Hmm.
But before we get into
Not
that, man,
really. Let me think. I'll have to think on that
think
one.
about that. But the track "Not Rich, Still Lying," Aaron puts up some of the lyrics. So what? I was on Change Your Heart. So what? I was a stripper. So what? I never banged. I'm from Compton.
Hmm.
Um,
That's
Rosewood,
so
I gotta
funny.
ask you, man. I did not like Not Rich, Still Lying. I thought it was a weak response to all the game disses. And also, I was not a big fan of 300 shots because 300 shots with all the G Unit guys was kind of indirect. But I thought Not Rich, Still Lying was one of the weakest diss tracks in history. Am I wrong?
It's definitely weak. 50 put a lot of effort into it. It's more being funny. It's not really too much substance in it or whatever like that. It's just funny or whatever. Funny, try to be catchy.
But
50 didn't take.
this is the guy that did Murder. I Don't Believe You, Rosewood.
True, but I think he was looking at game like game's not worth that energy. He's looking at game as a peon to him, especially at that level in his career. He's looking like I'm not doing that. I'm not doing a how to rob or something like that or the murder, like because it's not Ja Rule and it's not the rest of the industry. And 50, like you're not important. That's how 50 look at it. So he gave him a little half-ass job. It is what it is. That's why I thought it would be closer with the 50 Cent game beef.
Well,
You
look at
know,
this, Rosewood. Tassiri, or I'm going to call him TH. TH says Game won the beef, man. So I guess we can give Game 1 more percent. Maybe the game goes up to 20% to 80 now, Rosewood.
Yeah, because I thought it would be closer for stuff like that. If people remember the back and forth or whatever, that's why I said the GU Not campaign was so crazy and so disrespectful.
All right, Militant says he produced Dream. So
Right.
he produced Dream on his debut
True.
album, and then he appeared on Wouldn't Get Far. He
Right.
appeared on Wouldn't Get Far on his second album. Very interesting right there.
Yeah.
So Rosewood, let's get into the game's response. So 50 Cent puts in this little message, huh? What happened here? And the game went ballistic. The game went ballistic. 50 Cent finally responds to him. You know what I mean? The game said,
it took that for 50 to respond.
yeah, because I think he was shocked. You know, the game is the gloves are off with the game now after this Super Bowl shit. It's like, yo, if you don't want to go down in history with me, now I can tell that's evidently what it is.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot behind that. Like I said, we don't really know the inner workings of Dr. Dre and Game on a personal level or a business level.
Well, I mean, we know that the Dr. Dre brought the game to 50 Cent and said, hey, man, what you're doing with G Unit is working. We've got to attach the game to it.
Now, was that Dr. Dre or was that Jimmy Iovine?
Yeah, okay, you're right. But somebody did it. You know
Yeah,
what I
somebody
mean?
did it. I'm not saying was it Dr. Dre or Jimmy Iovine? Because if it's Jimmy Iovine, then that's Jimmy Iovine helping Game out.
That would be dope. But I guess there's another quote where the game says 50 Cent did more for him than Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre. It's like, wow. I can't
I
wait
don't
to see
know.
this Drink Champs interview, man.
You and me both. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a good one.
But yeah, man, that was a great business move though to bring the game over to G Unit. It saved his whole
Yes.
project. But like Rosewood, we were talking a little bit earlier. Which path would the game have been more successful on?
What you mean as far as staying on G Unit or
If he
staying
would have
on?
stayed with G Unit, if he would
Mhm.
have just stayed with G Unit, or or the path that he's chosen now, where he stayed with Interscope, went to Geffen, and then he got off of Interscope and he went to E1.
No, the G Unit path. That was the best path right there because it put him right there in the spotlight, and then he brought the music with it. That was the best opportunity right there. If he would have took the other route, he would have had the same promotion, the same backing, and the same buzz would have been there.
All right. Well, Rosewood, this is something I forgot to talk with you about. The game talked about his top 5 albums. I got to get your opinion on this, man. The game says The Doctor's Advocate was his number 1 album, and then his number 2 album was The Documentary. I think a lot of people would say The Documentary was his best album. It was his biggest album. It sold over 500,000 copies first week. The
Hmm.
Doctor's Advocate did good too, though, Rosewood, 360,000 first week.
Facts.
Why is the game saying that The Doctor's Advocate is better than The Documentary, man?
Because I think Game probably had way more creative control on the Doctor's Advocate. I mean, I think it was just more creative control on his side, him choosing the beats, the production, and like sonically, it's a more put together album than the first one. The first one is just good songs, and it might have been songs that they put together from older songs and mash it up. I think the second album, he really could take his time and pick the songs that he actually want and the beats he actually want.
Damn, Rosewood, that's dope, man. That's dope. I really like that answer right there, man. Gives a lot of perspective.
Thank you, my Jay. Appreciate that.
I was kind of thinking like he was hating as well, Rosewood. I think he was kind of hating and trying to say that the album that he did on his own was better than the album that he collaborated on with 50 Cent and Dr. Dre and Eminem and the G Unit guys. You know what I mean? I think he was kind of trying to rub that in a little bit.
Well, yeah, of course he is. That's what Game do. Game like spicing shit up, so he gonna exaggerate a little bit. That's Game always been like that. And then when he get the spotlight back on him and it's his time to shine, he's definitely gonna spice it up. So let's expect it.
Well, the spotlight is on him right now, man, and he's got the new album Drillmatic. So he says it's the Doctor's Advocate, the documentary, Jesus Peace, the documentary 2, Born to Rap, his top 5 albums. But he says Drillmatic is about to kill all that.
Mm. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I hope he put out a good project. I hope he put out a good body of work. Great production on there. Great lyrics. So I'm hoping he put out something good. I'm hoping it's not like cliche-ish or cheesy, or rushed or a bunch of old songs or songs that sound old. I hope it's a great project.
Yeah. I believe I believe it was 360,000 first week, right? But wow, what second week sales there, man. And
That's crazy.
I gotta say, man, a lot of people wanted to be on this second Game album because they knew after the first one did 500,000, the second Game
Facts.
album had to do something major. And if you're on an album that does 350,000 units in a week,
Right.
it's going to be a hell of a royalty check.
Hell yeah. And then especially if you get a feature on there, you get a hell of a royalty check too. So it was definitely probably artists that definitely wanted to jump on. There's probably artists that did jump on the songs that just didn't make the cut, and we just would never hear them.
Oh yeah.
It goes like that.
Yo, Elijah says, Kanye did the track with Game and Luda. Where are you at? The whole city behind you for Boost Mobile. Where are you at? The whole
Facts.
city behind you. Do you remember that, Rosewood?
Yeah, I definitely do. I definitely do. I definitely remember. I remember the commercial, and I remember the song. And
Okay.
I do believe they had a full video for it. They used to come on Rap City.
Okay. Was that kind of like the G Unit Pepsi commercial that Freeway was in back in the day? Do you remember that shit? When all the G Unit guys were rapping and they all had a Pepsi in their hand? Freeway was in there.
I don't really remember. I don't remember that. I will have to look that one
I'll
up.
try to find a link for you, man.
Yeah, I will have to. I will have to look that one up right there.
Can you read this comment, Rosewood? I can't really
Jesus
pronounce
Peace
that song
was.
track.
Let's
I don't know if
see.
you remember how to pronounce it.
Jesus Peace was fire, especially Ali Boombaye
Yeah.
and Scared Now songs.
Yep. Do you remember Ale Boombaye?
Um, I
I
will
don't
have to
really
hear.
remember it off top, but I
I
remember
what?
the song
Yeah,
title.
yeah. I remember the song title. I don't remember it all top.
So let's get into this response, man. So the game response to 50 Cent asking what happened. All 50 did here, Rosewood, was ask what happened. And the
Mhm.
game said, last time you did this with me, G Unit clothing got put in a casket with the entire group. Now, Iceberg said in the chat that Game can't take credit for the death of G Unit clothing, as it was bound to happen anyways. What is your take on the G Unit clothing being put to death by the Game? It 50 reacted to this, I think, by posting the tank top pictures once again.
Now the thing is, I can't say we can predict the decline of G Unit clothing, but I will say Gabe just made it accelerated the decline of G Unit clothing. He might not ended it completely, but he accelerated the decline. Because like I said, that G Unit campaign made you not want to you wasn't definitely wearing the clothes no more after that.
It was just over.
It was over. After he did G Unit, there's no way you can wear anything G Unit.
That's
You can
crazy.
listen to the music, but you're not wearing those clothes.
Wow. All right. So he said, So he said, the last time you did this with me, G Unit clothing got put in the casket with the entire group. You went into television. I like power and shit. Leave it alone. I'm back outside. Um, Now, correction, first 50 Cent actually went into films. He went into movies at first. He didn't
Hmm.
really have as much success as he's having right now with
Right.
television because I mean shit, Rosewood. Even 50's enemies like to watch him on television for some reason.
Yeah, it's good. He found his niche. Like you said, the movies they was okay, but it wasn't like the TV. He found his niche with this TV shit right here. So everybody's rocking with it because it's good TV. If you take 50 Cent out of it, it'll still be, a good concept. If you still had everything, but it wasn't 50 Cent, or say you look at it and don't think of 50 Cent, it's still good content. So that's why you got people, like you said, his enemies or ops that still, going to watch and give it credit.
Right.
But the TV scene is his niche. That's what he found. That's what works for him. Is
Yeah.
working better than the movies.
It gives people an opportunity to tune in more frequently. You know what I mean? With movies, you kind of got to wait, what, 6 months sometimes,
Right. Yeah.
3 to 4 months at the least. And I think that was 50's issue with the albums too, Rosewood. Like if he could have got a schedule to release 6 albums a year, 50 Cent could have been all over television. People love 50 on television. When you see him on
True.
television, you want to buy his shit, I guess.
Yeah, or if he come out with some hot shit, just like the theme song for Power, how that song blew up.
Yep.
Like it's the theme song for it, but people actually like that song. So that's a song right there that blew up. That's going to be a single that could go platinum. That probably did go platinum. I know it definitely probably had to go gold. Because everybody was loving it to the point where when he tried to switch it up, everybody got mad and told him take it back to the original. So he capitalized off that. So you right with the music.
Yep. Yep. So So yeah, like I said, I found it a little bit odd that he put the Doctor's Advocate above the documentary, but now at this point it just seems like he doesn't give a shit about whatever relationship he had with these guys anymore because it's set in stone that they don't believe he's their equal, I think Rosewood. Am I
Yeah.
wrong? Is he
No. It always been that, and it's just like once he left, it's like they washed their hands with him, and it was like it was never going to be a relationship ever again after that. And it's like, well, if you're not messing with him, I'm not messing with you. And people just distance themselves. And I think that's another reason why he was going so hard at him when he was making those disc records, because he knew what it was going to be. He knew what it was, and he knew what it was going to be. So he said, I'm the lone wolf from now on. That's how I'm going to treat it. And he's been like that ever since.
Yeah, I think he cost himself a lot of checks, Rosewood, He cost
True.
himself like the Get Rich or Die Trying movie soundtrack, 50 Cent going
Definitely.
into movies. He cost
Definitely.
himself movie checks, G Unit albums. You know what I mean? He cost himself multiple different checks, man.
Yeah, and anything they had that was trying to promote them, maybe even like Reebok, stuff like that, taking it out to the West Coast because the West Coast is his own entity. So they're always trying to market things over there. And if he's the spokesman for G Unit clothing, or say, let's say a Reebok deal over in the West Coast, that would be major. That would have been major for him.
Well, they were going to give him G Unit West, Rosewood.
True. So the endorsements would have came with that.
Hell yeah, man.
So he
How was
definitely
the
missed
show
out.
tonight, man?
Oh man, that shit was lit, man. Matter of fact, everybody follow me on the gram, spill_ENT. I'm gonna put up a few videos of the show. It actually was a contest. PD Crack and Freeway held the contest for
Right, from
artists to
South by
put a.
Southwest.
Yeah, man, that joint was dope, man.
It
That
was called
joint
The
was
Road
dope.
to South by Southwest.
Yeah, man, it was lit, man. Shout out to the Blood Brothers, man. They won or whatever. They won tonight. They won the first prize. So they definitely deserve it. They definitely killed it, man. Shout out my brother PD Crack, man. That's my bro, man. Shout out Freeway. That's my bro, man. For real, for real. Like,
Yeah,
you
man, they
know,
was the house
on
was out tonight, huh?
yeah, everybody was in this joint tonight, man. You know, a lot of Philly alumni was up in this joint. So just just for the love of the city, man. I know them guys since I was a young boy out here. So to see me in this lane and then to be able to interact with them and do things for the up and coming artists, that's real major, man. So shout out to PD, shout out to Freeway, man. You know what it is. 1122 Studios, man. You know, members only Friday, members only Monday. Shout out Missy Porter, East the Chemist. What up?
Yep, Missy popped in here yesterday on us.
Okay, okay, okay. That's how we do. We do the cross promotion over here, man. You know how it is, man.
They
Salute to
asked, was
everybody in the
Siegel in
chat.
the spot?
Siegel was in here on Monday, last Monday.
Rosewood, Cassidy, or Freeway?
As far as what? Oh, the upcoming battle.
Oh, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
What is he asking?
If
That's
you're
what I'm saying.
listening, if you're driving in the car, if you're heading to go get something, you know what I mean? If you're just heading out in the car,
Mhm.
are you throwing a Cassidy or a Freeway track on?
Uh, Probably Freeway. It's probably gonna be Freeway. You know, because it's just too many. His first album is a classic, and then all the state prop stuff and Rockefeller stuff. It's just classic.
Shit, man, they had Freeway's music all over the new show Bel Air. Um, I just wrapped up a new interview with Easy the Block Captain. Shit is lit.
Yeah, shout out my bro Kaboom. He's up in that Bel Air joint too, man. We got a
Oh,
lot of
word?
we got a lot of Philly people up in there,
Yeah.
man. It's really lit right there, man. Shout out Charlie Mack, man. Really doing his thing, man. Still putting people on in the city, giving people opportunities.
Yeah, man, that was dope to see all the love that Philly was getting, in this show. It's like, because,
Facts.
I mean, going back watching the old Fresh Prince of Bel Air, Rosewood, um, would you see the Philly slang used in it as much as we're seeing it in the new show?
Nah, because it was more, Will Smith then had writing freedom on the Fresh Prince of Bel Air. You had several other writers, Hollywood writers in there. He might have had a little bit of input, but it was mainly Hollywood.
Check it out.
Yo, it's easy to block captain. Like to give a shout out to Mikey T, the movie star, Gutter City, Philly shit, man, Mr. Himothy. Yo, it's easy to block captain. Like to give a shout out to Mikey T, the movie star, Gutter City, Philly shit, man, Mr. Himothy.
What do you think, Rosewood?
Yeah, dope right there. Shout out Easy to Block Captain, man. He definitely making moves, man. Shout out to him.
They're calling him the most looked at person in Philly right now, man. I did interviews with a couple different guys, Rosewood, Hollow, and Kay Walker, and they said this is the guy right now, Rosewood.
Yeah, shout out my brother K Walker too, man. Always, man. That's my bro right there. Yeah, definitely. He definitely got a spotlight on him in the city or whatever. You know, people that's waiting for him to put out more work and see what he gonna do in the future with upcoming project and how he gonna elevate. So in the city, it's a tough city. You can have a buzz, but you really got to keep it going for you to really excel. So I'm
And
waiting
that's
to
what he's
see.
doing.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see, how he excels and how he proceeds with his career right now.
Yeah, Easy's actually down in Atlanta right now working on a whole
Dope,
nother show.
dope out there
Let me
working.
Rosewood, I want you to respond to this comment. Ron BX said Philly will probably 3-0 Cassidy. They should go on the platform where they got the beat. Now, respond to the 3-0, but also respond to what do you think about them actually going on the platform with the beat?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. I definitely don't think it's going to be a 3-0. And with the beat, because I remember the Fredro Star Keith Murray joint. It was like, excuse me, it's like, all right, but I don't know. I don't think they should do it with a
No
beat.
beat. Freeway's voice is good enough without the beat.
Yeah. I think you'll be able to hear the bars clearly. You know the cadences. You know it's better without the beat because it gives you that battle atmosphere.
So let me ask you, Rosewood. I hope people don't put you on the spot for this because you give us an answer. You know what I mean? But that's what we got to do on the podcast. If Freeway had a choice, if it was Freeway's choice,
Yeah.
would he choose for it to be the acapella setting or would he choose for it to be over a beat? If they said Freeway, you get paid the same amount of money either way, and it's your choice.
I think Free going with the acapella.
Okay, his voice is going to sound great in that setting, I think.
Yeah, because man, that's a Philly tradition. You know, battling who got the best bars, who got the best verses. There's no beat with that. You know, you put a beat on when you got a freestyle that you try to show off, but when you go against somebody, ain't no beat in the city. Ain't no beat on the corner.
Braz says Freeway has never been in a battle setting other than Cassidy. Is that have you seen any interviews where Freeway spoke on actually being in any other battles?
Well, I haven't seen any interviews, but I know he definitely has been.
Okay.
That's because I know Freeway from the Ice City days, and back those days, early 2000s, you had to battle everybody.
Okay.
There's no way you going to get known in the city if you don't battle. In every neighborhood, in every club, every event, you have to do a whole lot to get a name, especially back then. Even to get looked at by Jay-Z and signed to the Rock, you have to battle a lot of people. Matter of fact, Freeway said that day that he battled a lot of people. That was the end of the day. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. He been battling and spitting raps at the radio all day.
Rosewood, what do you think of Sim Santana?
Oh, shout out to Santana. That's my guy. Shout out to that youngin, man. Definitely one of the hottest up and coming youngins in the city. Not even up and coming. One of the hottest youngins in the city. Shout out Sim Santana. Shout out Leaf Ward. Shout out Core. Shout out Odas Rada. Like that's the young boys that's burning it down. Defrom Sloan. You know those West Philly. Sim Santana, Defrom Sloan. That's West Philly in the building. You know, so shout out to them.
Elijah said salute to Petey and Freeway.
Salute to my G's, Petey, my brother, Freeway, my brother, man. Dope show tonight. And they performed too. That was great. So I'm gonna put up some clips of their performance on my Instagram so
Hell
people
yeah,
can see.
Rosewood.
They did some songs that they never did before, and I was like, yo, it took me back to like 2003.
Definitely appreciate you tapping in with us, man. I know you got a lot of shit going on. Members only Mondays, Fridays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not once, but twice a week.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The shit's inspiring. You got to keep going with it, brother.
Thank you, my G. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm staying on top of this shit with my new interviews.
Right,
For everybody
right.
that's just tapping in, you guys can take a look at my newest interview right here.
Yo, it's Easy the Block Captain. Like to give a shout out to Mikey T, the movie star, Gutter City, Philly shit, man, Mr. Himothy.
Appreciate everybody, man.
Definitely.
Let's see. We should probably do some open questions.
Yeah, good. Let's go. Anybody got some open questions? I'm ready for y'all.
Should do some open questions before we get up out of here.
Yeah, I got my next session. Session don't start until 3 o'clock. So.
Oh, word. That's what's up, man. You working?
Yeah, we don't sleep late nights, early mornings, and then we got a show tomorrow. We got a crazy show tomorrow. I forget the kid name. I forget the it's he a white boy that rap, but like they got a crazy like crowd. It's like a hip hop type rave type scene.
Ron BX says, yo, coming up in the golden era of hip hop, Philly always had fire rappers. It's their sound and flow that I gravitated to.
Yeah, man. 88 to 2008.
Braz says, I gave him enough respect for even taking the battle, though.
Oh, we from Philly. We not gonna turn that down. Like I said, that's what brothers really grew up on in the streets. Like there was no cameras. It was only word of mouth. So you like had to be there. And then when it came to those industry battles, you won't see them at all.
Rosewood, read this 50 Cent lyric from So Disrespectful.
Ah man, come on, Gabe. You'll never be my equal. Your homie, your homie shot dogs, while niggas shoot people. Excuse me. Oh man, see me. I'm what you never going to be. I'm in the tax bracket you never going to see. I mean,
Anything
50 had, because, 50 was rich, so he could say all that. That's what I'm saying. Like, Game really just found a good, way to diss him and win at him. So that's why I think it's closer.
yes.
You says Gilly the king of Philly?
Jojo the Don. Will you ever interview Oskino? Well, Oskino actually just shouted me out in one of his lives, man. He said, he said I was a
Shout
real
out.
dude. So it would be cool to interview Oskino again. I actually interviewed him. We spoke on, how he linked up with Meek Mill back in the day. We spoke on him getting out of jail and shit.
Right.
How he signed to Jay-Z. We spoke about a lot, man.
Right. Shout out Oskino, man. Always working in the city, man. Always doing something for the city positive, definitely.
Let me see. All right. So everybody send in your last questions, y'all. We appreciate everybody for tuning in tonight. And if anybody wants
Salute.
to get their last questions in while we finish up on this smoke. Oh, let me take a look at the poll. Versus battle that you would rather see. Y'all vote in the poll right now. We got 108 people in here. We got the poll up. It's what is the versus battle you'd rather see? 50 Cent versus the Game or 50 Cent versus Ja Rule? Holy shit, Rosewood. It is 50
It's-
50 right now.
oh, okay. Damn, that's good. That's good.
Who did you vote for?
I said I wanted to see 50 versus Ja Rule.
Oh
Just
wow. So
just cause of the ongoing their beef been going so long and it's so personal.
all right, so somebody had asked the Game, like, do you think it would be an issue with you and 50 doing a versus because of the fact that he wrote a couple of your most popular records? Do you think that's what makes you less interested in Game versus 50? The fact that a couple of his biggest records are with 50?
Uh Kinda sorta, but really what it is, I don't think he can really keep up with 50 Cent on the verses level with 20 songs apiece. I don't think he can really keep up with 50 Cent. So that's why I lean towards Ja Rule. And it's just more interesting now. I think 50 Cent would do a versus with Game before he did one with Ja Rule. So that's
Yeah.
just my opinion.
Another question I had, Rosewood, and I want everybody to vote in the poll right now. If you have not, it's easy. Just go over right in the chat. It's easy to vote in the poll, Rosewood.
Yeah, it come right up, and you can just vote for what you want.
So Rosewood, tell me, has Rick Ross had a better song than Just a Little Bit? 50 Cent's Just a Little Bit. Has Rick Ross had a better song than that?
No,
Really?
no, I don't think so. I would have to dig. No,
So not even hustling.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
Not even hustling.
Yeah, no, because 50 Cent with that is the song itself, the beat, everything is complete. It's a perfect song. It's just perfect.
Yep. Wow, Rosewood, we just got a vote. 50 Cent versus the Game, 51%.
Okay.
50 Cent versus Ja Rule would impact the Game literally.
Yeah, I just don't think it would never happen.
Aaron says, Rosewood, do you think Meek Mill got his style from Petey?
No.
Yes, 50 Cent versus Ja Rule. Come on, guys, go vote. Everybody go vote. We only got 81 votes. So I know there's at least 30 of you in here that could still vote so we can get an impact on this. It's crazy. This one is neck and neck, but
Yeah, he got neck and neck quick.
50 Cent versus Game wasn't neck and neck, Rosewood.
Right, it wasn't. Yeah. So that's interesting right there.
JoJo says, and I love Ross better than 50, but nah. Rosewood, if you had to go, if you're in that same car driving, just like the Cassidy and the Freeway question, what song are you putting on? You putting on a Ross song or a 50 song?
50 song. 50. Because I was begging 50 Cent before Get Rich or Die Trying, when people wasn't even really begging 50 Cent like that. You know, I was really begging 50 Cent crazy. So it's just a part of it. And, 50 was spitting that shit that, we can relate to in Philadelphia. That's one of the things that 50 really brung, that is like, yeah, he from New York, but he can relate to people in Philly all day. Yeah, that was a hot single. That was a good single. I just don't think they really compared to like 50.
What was
50
that one?
Jones.
Is that the one where T-Pain was like, I got a fresh outfit, a fresh in the whole parking lot on
That might be that, but I don't know the actual name of the song, so I'm not sure.
About to have the parking lot on smash.
That might be, yeah, that might be it.
Oh, the Boss. The Ross and 50 both had a nice run where you had to play their records.
True.
I'm the biggest boss that you've seen thus far. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my shit right there. That was my song right there when it came out. Guess who's back?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Not as good as Power of the Dollar, though, right, man?
Not really, but I banged both of them. I had both of those cassettes.
Yeah, I was gonna say earlier. Well, I had said it before you logged in, but when the Games album, the documentary came out, and they released the Untold Stories with the Game.
Right.
That album with all of his old music with JT the Bigger Figure. Right. I couldn't help myself but get the Untold Stories album.
I didn't get it. I listened to it though.
Yeah, I got that album, man. You know what I mean? I had to hear a little bit of the Game's backstory. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. To hear what he was doing before. Because, if you notice the voices, like his voice on Untold Stories compared to the Doctor's the documentary, it's just a total different voice.
It is. Right. It is. Because that's him starting off. And I think people always want to hear what artists sound like before they really blew up. The work they were doing before that and how they changed or how they got better. So Game definitely stepped his game up. No pun intended.
Ooh, I like this question right here, man. Deeper Than Rap or The Massacre?
The Massacre.
Yeah.
Massacre.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with The Massacre. Because I just asked Rosewood. So you're saying, Rosewood, Just a Little Bit is better than Magnificent?
Ooh.
That was a good one.
That's a good one right there.
That might be the one that's better.
That might be, yeah. That might be the one that's better right there.
Is Diced Pineapples better?
No. I gotta say like Magnificent is up there. Diced Pineapple, no.
Yeah, that's one of Ross's. That's probably Ross's best. Well, oh shit, man. BMF Blowing Money Fast isn't better than Just a Little Bit.
It is.
It is.
It is.
It is. Okay.
It is.
What else though? Because Super High isn't.
Nah.
Super High isn't.
I would have to go through Ross catalog because, like I said, what we say, Magnificent and
BMF for sure.
BMF, yeah.
But I had also gone back on it too, Rosewood, and I said some of Ross's album cuts like Amsterdam and maybe 9/11. Some of these songs are like really cool from Rick Ross. You know what I mean? On his album.
Now the jaw he did coming at 50. What's the name of that song?
There's a couple.
Damn. And he had a
Talking
video.
about the one where he mentioned
He had a video for it.
are you talking about the one where he mentioned are you talking about the one where he mentioned Floyd Mayweather?
No, I'm trying to think of a line from it. It's
You
a
know,
slow.
Mayweather money
It's a.
looking funny in the light.
It might be it. It's a slower tempo beat. Damn. It might. Do we say that in there? What the fuck is the name of that song? But he's coming at 50. He'll never say his name or nothing in there or whatever like that.
Oh, are you talking about Death Valley, Are you talking about the joint? Are you talking about the joint on his Deeper Than Rap album?
I do believe it's definitely on Deeper Than Rap, but it was one of the singles. They used to play it. They used to play the video all the time.
I don't know if there's a video for it, man. I think you're thinking of the song that was called In Cold Blood.
Trying to think of the name of it. I got that. I'm gonna think of it. It's gonna come to my. A couple lyrics gonna come to my head. I'm gonna think of it because that was one of the songs that I was.
About mafia music?
That was one of the songs I was messing with him with.
I think that's it.
That might be mafia music. Yeah, because it was a video for it, and I was like, yo, I'll mess with that song. Period. That joint's hot. A lot of people, it might not stand out for a lot of people, but for me, that's one of Rick Ross' best songs right there.
I don't think Aston Martin music is better than Just a Little Bit.
Nah, not Aston.
It's really cool. You know what I mean?
It's a cool. No, yeah, definitely. I'm glad you said that. It's definitely a cool concept and all that, but I don't think it's better than that.
Now, DeAndre is making a really big thing here. DeAndre is saying Position of Power is the best track on the Massacre, in my opinion. Is Position of Power the best track on the Massacre? Now, the Massacre remastered, the best track is actually, I'm going to have to say 50 Cent in Mobb Deep Out of Control remix.
Yeah, that's my shit right there. It's a lot of good songs on there. I can't say that's the best.
I Don't Need Him is a great song.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Style's a good song. Rider Music is a good song. What's better, Position of Power or Rider Music?
Position of Power.
Okay. The only weak songs on the Massacre are probably Out of Control, not the remix, the regular Out of Control.
The regular Out of Control,
yeah. Guns come out.
That. But even Guns come out, it's all right, but it's definitely, I can see it's definitely at the bottom though.
It's a little too much gun cocking for me, man. Pause.
Yeah, it's too cliche-ish.
I do this all the time.
It's a little cheesy.
Yeah. Navy blue vest on. But yeah, man, that reminds me of do you remember Young Buck's song called Black Mask? Black mat, black glove, black shirt, black pants, blue steel, blue vest.
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember that song from Young Buck's debut album?
I don't remember that one.
Y'all weren't bumping Young Buck's album? Were you bumping Hunger for More?
When it first came out, we listened to it, but it didn't get a lot of replay value. It wasn't set. Yeah, it wasn't something we was listening to as we were going out to the club or something like that.
You weren't listening to I'm So Fly going out to the club?
They'll play that in the club or they'll play that in the bar. Anything they play,
I'm So Fly. He had On Fire.
Anything they played on the radio or in the bar, we ain't listened to because by the time they did that, they was late. We was on something new.
Yo, what about this one? King Gaddafi says, I get mine the fast way, ski mask way.
That's my favorite song on there.
That's your favorite one on there?
Mm-hmm. That's my favorite song going there. And it's In My Hood on that album.
In My Hood, track number 2.
Yep, those 2 songs are my favorite songs on there.
Yeah, I was watching Storch make beats.
And I remember when with that album, 50 brought out the DVD. We had a video for all the songs. So In My Hood video was one of the best videos ever.
All right. Bonafide Hustler. Yep, Bonafide Hustler was actually on Young Buck's album.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you remember the song or you had the album Rosewood?
I had the yeah, I think I had the I think we had the bootleg Young Buck joint. Or matter of fact, it was yeah, we had the bootleg, but before that they had a lot of tracks on mixtapes that got leaked out from Young Buck album. So a lot
Bonafide
of stuff
Hustler was one of those?
that was out before the album on the mixtapes. So there was a lot of stuff we heard on the mixtapes. So by the time the album came out, we'd just be looking for the songs that we didn't hear, and we'll listen to it some more, and then we'll be on to something new. Especially if they play it in the bar, because in the bar they'll play a lot of mixtape stuff, especially G Unit stuff back then.
The G Unit Beg for Mercy. Yeah.
Definitely.
Would you say the Beg for Mercy album was better than both of Buck and Banks' solo albums? Or is it hard to compare being a group album?
It's kind of hard to compare because it's a group album, and you're comparing it to two people that's in the group.
Reggie, what's up, man? Oh, man. Yeah, you guys, I went over it. I went over the whole Wack 100 and Freekey Zekey thing, you guys. You can watch this video from the start.
Facts.
Hell yeah, man. Sitting with Scott Storch. You know what I mean? Actually working with Scott Storch, it was an amazing experience. Like I remember one time Jim Jones actually came to the studio and we was outside smoking and I was like, yo, Jim, you got to do an interview for me. But
Right, that's
I
dope.
wasn't really pressing the interview, Rosewood, because I was more interested in Jim Jones going there and recording with Scott Storch. Like
Right,
I was more interested in putting the song together than getting
right,
an interview.
right. No, I understand why, because that's classic content right there. Jim Jones working with Scott Storch.
Yeah,
And
you
then
know what I mean? I was like,
especially if they came out with a banger, and you was one of the first people to hear it before it started popping.
yeah,
That's classic. That would have been classic.
we could have really, you know what I mean? We could have really did some classic shit. Yeah. And we
Right.
did though, because Jim Jones jumped on this Scott Storch beat where Storch was doing an EDM style production. Jim
Okay.
Jones wanted to try something new. So he
Right.
dropped, I think, 8 bars on something
Okay.
along those lines. And then I was like,
Okay.
yo, Storch. So for everybody that hasn't heard this story that's tuning in right now, I was like, Storch, we're taking the record and we're going to Cameo tonight. I'm like, let's have one of the interns put the record on a thumb drive, a
Right.
little disc drive, and we're going to bring it with us to Cameo tonight, and we're going to go up to the DJ booth because, I had read in magazines Gucci Man did this. When Gucci Man was locked up, I want to say he did an interview with Double XL where he said he would record songs and then he would bring them to the strip club that same night. So I used that same concept. I was like, yo, I'm working with Storch. We just did a song with Jim Jones. We're going to Cameo. So it's A, B, C. And then D, I run into DJ Bulletproof, who was working with MMG and shit. I built with him during MMG weekend and then just going to the club consistently with my guy, it's Matic. So he let us right in and we went up to the DJ booth and Scott Storch was doing his thing at the DJ booth. We played the record that same night. We actually played the record that same night in the club. It was pretty amazing, man. First time I ever got to be in an experience like that. You ever do some shit like that, Rosewood? Like take some records out to the strip clubs or like how Gucci had said he did it?
No, because in Philly it worked like that sometimes, but it really don't work like that in Philly. In Atlanta or in places like Louisiana down south, that's actually a thing. Where up and coming artists take it to the strip club and if the strippers can dance to it, you know you got a hit.
Boom. Yo. All right, all right. So actually, yeah, when the chips are down, the game's verse on the chips are down. Yeah, that's actually yep. Chips are down because that was actually after the Beg for Mercy album. Lloyd Banks's album came out in July of 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Buck's first album or Banks's first album, Rosewood?
I'm gonna go with Buck first album.
Okay. Let me ask you. Elijah says, I'm supposed to die tonight for me on the massacre. What do you like better? I'm supposed to die tonight or I'll still kill with Akon?
I'm supposed to die tonight. That's my joint right there. All through the hood, I keep seeing niggas saying, I'm supposed to die tonight. We smoking, straight
Let me
smoking,
see what
locked and
Kendall's saying here.
loaded. Somebody's gonna die tonight. We
The funny
smoking.
thing about Game is I actually first heard him on a Dipset song, Certified Gangsters with Jimmy, not G Unit songs. Am I the only one who first heard Game through that song? Well, yeah, that's something the Game actually got the opportunity to do where
Right,
he could, actually showcase himself out to a wider
right.
audience than
Facts.
JT the Bigger Figure had given him. So he jumped on it. And I want to say, unless I'm mistaken, that the Game was not on that album.
On Jim Jones's album?
Was Yeah, I believe he was. I believe that was the remix.
Yeah, that's Certified Gangster remix.
Right. Um, yeah. Jim
They
Jones.
did a video for it.
Yep. Sometimes that would happen if there was a remix back in the day, Rosewood. Like if there was a
Mhm.
remix that actually had a feature on it, they would
Right,
they would actually shoot the video for the remix.
right, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let me bring this up real quick. So, what album was that shit? Yeah, Certified Gangsters was actually on his first album, and it was only the one with the one with Cameron and Bezel.
Mm.
So what did
Okay.
they do? Was it Cameron, Jim Jones, and the Game on the remix?
Uh, I think so, but I thought Certified Gangsters was like a bonus track on Jim Jones' album. I think it might have been a bonus track on there.
Nah, I don't think G Unit cleared it, bro.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that was the issue because, bro, this is a Koch. You know what I mean? This is yeah, I gave God Gave Me Style a shout out. This is actually a Koch album, and 50 and them had them all signed to Interscope.
Facts, true.
Yep. So they wouldn't sign off on that, bro.
That's probably why they just did the video.
And that's crazy because the other day we were actually talking about NBA Youngboy and Boosie, right? When NBA Youngboy had said, I think Boosie's mad at me, bitch, don't call my phone.
Mhm.
So Boosie wrote a song called I Don't Call Phones, I Call Shots.
Mhm.
And he said, Boosie said this, bitch, you know you wrong, clearing all these songs, don't want to clear my song, but fake like you my dog. So in relation to clearing records, Boosie, who got kind of dissed, you know what I mean? I don't know if that's really so much of a diss, but he feels it's a diss because this guy's actually doing music with him and not clearing it, Rosewood.
Yeah, true. I mean, you see a lot of artists. That's why with Soldier Boy talk about Kanye. But that's the thing in the industry. People do songs, and it might not get cleared, but it might not be from the artist. It could be from your label. They're saying we don't want to push this song, or this is not the song for now. We'll clear it later. So we don't really know the inner workings of that.
All right, and what about this? And hold on.
On my way to church.
No, 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 no. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It was called On My Way to Church. Yep. But I wanted to ask you about this. DeAndre said it was a rumor that Dr. Dre was upset with the game for jumping on that track. What do you make of that, Rosewood? Because they wanted to present him in a certain way, like they did with
Yeah,
How We Do.
right. But I never heard that one. So that one is new to me right there. Because when that came out, I thought that was an excellent introduction for game. And then linking with somebody from the East Coast, from New York or whatever, and Dipset popping at the time, Jim Jones making his run popping. It was a real good look for the game.
So that album drops in August of 2004, right? The documentary comes out January of 2005. How We Do was released October
2005.
2004, October 2004, Rosewood.
Mm.
So I could assume that 50 Cent and Dr. Dre and Jimmy Iovine and all of Aftermath were a little bit upset that the game would go appear in this low budget music video. Certified Gangsters, probably a low budget video, right?
I mean, it was okay video, but the streets loved it because it was
Compared to How
popping.
We Do, bro.
It was
That was
pop.
like,
It was popping on the mixtapes.
but you
It
know
just
what,
kept.
man? For everybody that didn't know the game, he wanted to give them a little bit of background, like a guy like me who had to go buy untold stories. You know what I mean? Like he wanted to give them, and he
I see.
did it,
No,
man. He did
I
it
no,
pretty good.
no. I see what you're saying, but I just thought it. I always looked at it as it kept a. It just made game more relevant because you see him on more things. So you got that coming out, and you got him working with Dipset. So now you're looking for more Dipset and game features. You're looking, well, who else is he going to work with now after this? So it was a lot of anticipation after that.
Facts. Props to Game for trying. He was trying. You know what I mean? Just like
Definitely.
actors try to go out there and and then they end up in a lower budget movie and they're like, "Oh shit, man, I was trying." You know what I mean? But this actually was a win. I think it was a good look. And I
Hmm.
think it actually added to credibility for the game because if the first look they had of him coming out was that party vibe of
Right.
This Is How We Do, people might have gotten it a little twisted. So it was actually dope that he got to come out and have that raw look of the guys with the bench press and shit like that.
And then you can see that he can also be versatile and then make other tracks, like you said, those other type of songs he can make. It shows that he has both in him. He's not just one way.
Yeah, man. What a live video tonight, man. We appreciate everybody for tapping in.
Salute everybody in the chat for tapping in.
Rosewood has another session to go. I have a new interview coming out. If everybody's wondering who it is, I'm unveiling it right now. This is my new interview, you guys. Check it out.
Yo, it's Easy the Block Captain. Like to give a shout out to Mikey T, the movie star, Gutter City, Philly shit, man, Mr. Himothy.
That's right.
Yo, it's
you
Easy the
guys.
Block Captain. Like to give a
Easy
shout out
the
to Mikey
Block
T, the movie
Captain is
star,
coming
Gutter
on the
City,
show,
Philly shit,
y'all.
man, Mr. Himothy.
Salute to Easy the Block Captain.
That's right, Rosewood. We got some big shit popping.
Right. Major.
I don't know what everybody else is, but we are working
Facts.
over here, man.
Facts. Working over here overtime. Y'all know what it is, man. Report Card Radio. Holding it down for y'all. Salute everybody in the chat, man. Thank y'all for tapping in, man. We really appreciate that, man. I really appreciate all the questions, all the comments. Definitely here. That's what we're here for, man. To bring you the great content and to interact with everybody in the chat, so we can hear your opinion. And we can give constructive criticism. You can give constructive criticism. As long as there ain't no disrespect in it or whatever like that, or no foul shit in there. And we just have really good conversation on here about hip hop, about rap in general, about things related to hip hop. And we just dabble in a lot of things. So y'all questions and y'all comments really mean a lot, man. And make sure y'all definitely share this video, subscribe, and definitely hit the like, man, because it keep us going and keep the algorithm bringing the content straight to y'all, man. And make sure y'all tell a friend to tell a friend and tell them to tell their family so they
That's
can
right.
follow us on Report Card Radio, man. Salute y'all.
And if you're not
Salute.
subscribed to the channel, subscribe right now. So if you're in here and you're not subscribed, subscribe to the channel right now and hit that notification bell. So every time I go
Facts.
live, you guys don't miss it. So it alerts your phone so you can stay up to date, whether we're doing a live interview on the channel or if we're doing a live watch along or we're just on here doing hip hop news. You know what I mean? If we're going to do a
Facts.
news brief, a live watch along, or an interview, you're going to want to know. And man, follow me on Instagram. If you guys follow me right now, I will follow you back. But more importantly than that, you guys, I have an interview pinned up. I have an interview pinned up with G's Gasoline, the New York drill rapper. I want you guys to go check that out right now. I want you guys to click the link that I got pinned and drop a comment on my new interview with G's Gasoline. He's actually speaking on being locked up with Bobby Shmurda. He's actually
Dope.
speaking on Meat and Pop Smoke and the beef that he had with 22 G's as well, y'all.
Yeah, that's dope right there. Yeah, that's
Hell yeah,
dope.
man.
Lone Wolf TV. Yeah, you could definitely find my artists on, all platforms. Type in LX Pretty Gangster and type in Ace the Chemist Day One. And type in Renegades Breaking the Rules.
I'm gonna leave the poll up for one more minute. We're gonna leave the poll up for about 90 more seconds, 2 minutes. I'm gonna let you all get your final votes in right now. It's looking like it's who would you rather see in a versus? 50 Cent versus the Game has 53%. Rosewood. 50 Cent versus Ja Rule has 47%.
Okay.
So I'm gonna give everybody a last 2 minutes to vote in this. I'm going to get ready to roll something up, man. What a live stream tonight.
Yeah, dope. I had to tap in, man. Had to tap in with y'all, man.
You know that's appreciated, my brother. Definitely
Yeah,
appreciate you
man.
tapping in after your shows. I know you're doing your thing on the circuit.
Yeah, working, man, working. So doing shows, we getting ready for this tour coming up. We got a members only reunion show coming up this month. Got a lot of things going on, man. So definitely working. About to go upstairs. Get ready for this session with a couple artists coming in, and that's working until the sun come up and go from there.
Oh, yeah,
That's all.
I'm about to roll up some gas. I'm about to roll up some gas and call it a night. And we'll be back on.
Yeah.
We'll be back on live for tomorrow.
Facts.
Thinking about doing something epic tomorrow, but we'll see what's going on with the news. We might do an exclusive watch along for my first interview with Arab, potentially. So we'll let you all know. But if there's some breaking news, we'll be on here doing a news
Always.
report.
Yep, as always.
All right. So I'm going to end this poll. And it looks like the Game and 50 Cent is the verses that they'd rather see, 53 to 47%. Maybe it's because of the fact that, Ja Rule was just in the Fat Joe versus battle.
Yeah, that could be it. That could be it. They want to see something different.
Yeah, man. Let me see. Fly Prolific says 50 Cent versus Ja. Game's catalog wouldn't stand a chance. That versus would end too fast. Well,
that's what I was saying earlier, the 20 song thing. So,
yep. Well, the votes went out for the Game and 50 Cent. They actually took it. So the results of all of our polls tonight, the Game and 50 Cent versus would be it. 50 Cent won the Game beef. Jimmy Henchman is a better manager for the Game than Wack 100. And I can't remember if I had another poll.
I agree to that one.
Yeah. But all right, man. I appreciate everybody for tapping in.
Salute. Rashad Taylor, salute, my J.
All right. I'll talk to y'all soon, man. We'll see y'all tomorrow night. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't subscribed and hit that notification bell so you tap in tomorrow night and join us live.
Salute everybody. Peace.